Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm here again with Ellie and Alyssa. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves and what you guys will be working on?
Sure. Do you want to go first?
You go first.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ellie. I am the author of a variety of books, including novels, novellas, short stories, and illustrated children's books, including the B series. And today I'm hoping to work on the fourth book in the B series, When Morning Comes.
Much to Jahara's delight.
Yes.
How about you, Alyssa?
I'm Alyssa Ludit. I work on YA fantasy novels, currently working on my Tower of Memories series, currently working on book 7, finally got to chapter 16. Very excited for that one because finally we have all the dragons in a room together for the first time in this book. Why it took me 16 chapters to get there, I don't know, but it's fine.
You're just putting your characters through a lot, that's all.
Well, I mean, I kind of knew that this was probably going to be a situation. That's why you have, like, the visit with Jarek and Russell at, like, the very early parts of this book, and now, 10 chapters later, we get to have everybody in a room together. So, like, there's a method to the madness, but there is madness.
And we enjoy it greatly. And I'm looking forward to it so much.
Yeah, I may need to send you some more chapters later.
Yes, please.
Well, I mean, you know how it is. You're like, there's a part of me that's really worried how a certain scene is gonna go down. So, like, sending you chapters to be like, are these emotions landing where I need them to land? Or is this character just, like, insufferable now?
I totally get that. Yeah, I've been feeling that. with my own writing and everything. Yeah, I understand that. By the way, everything you send me always lands wonderfully. Just saying.
I hope so. But yeah, it's good.
So does Ellie's, because I'm beta reading A Dance of Bow and Blade, and she was worried about certain things, but it's always landing. Like, it's so perfect. I'm obsessed. Well, I will be working on my Monster Realm short story collection, which Ellie is probably happy about. I'm currently working on the Underworld story.
Yes!
And this one I am a bit worried about as well, more so than a lot of the other stories, because it's like bringing Joan and Roxanne. Like, I'm just really worried about how that's going to play off. I don't want Kalista to seem like she's pushing off Roxanne for Joan, but, like, I don't want her to push off Joan for Roxanne, because it's like, and I also don't want it to feel like a love triangle, though, because there's no way it could be a love triangle, because Joan is dead and she does love Roxanne. So I'm, like, really worried about how this is coming off.
For what it's worth, I mean, if anybody can handle that type of complexity of emotion in these types of relationships, it feels like it's you. I mean, you are so great at, like, the angst and the suspense and the drama, and especially these characters. Oh my god, these characters.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
And I've been enjoying the snippets you've been sharing.
I have been worried about this one, but I have also been enjoying writing it. Like, I'm kind of where Alyssa is, like, where it's like it took so long to get to a specific point that the book's gonna be longer than you meant for. That's why I'm waiting to see how it looks once this short story is done. But this story may turn into its own tiny novella away from the short story collection, just because I feel like I'm already, like, at least 10, maybe over 10 pages in, and they just got to Joan. And there's so much that has to happen still, because they have to go through some underworld crap and trying to get Joan, free. And I just feel like there's several things that has to happen, plus relationship drama. And this is gonna be too long for this story, I feel like.
Okay, so see, as a writer, I completely sympathize. As a reader, I am delighted.
Ellie's just like, yes, give me more.
Yes,
more.
either one of you guys can give me of these characters in these stories. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm 36K words in, and I'm not halfway, and I would like to be, but I'm not, and I'm just like, why have I done this?
Is it wrong that I'm there sitting here going, that's fabulous?
Yeah, I'll have to see.
I would send you book 7 chapters if you were cut up, but you're not cut up yet, so I can't do that.
Yeah, I know. My plan is I want to finish beta reading of Dance of Bone Blade for Ellie, and then my next read is going to be book 5, and then I plan to start book 6 right after because you sent me both, I believe. So yeah, my plan is to just jump into them back to back.
And that
Oh,
is
good luck with that.
so appreciated, by the way. I know you've got a lot going on and everything, so you taking the time to like beta read is just so huge. And I so
Of course.
appreciate your like thoughts and respect your opinions and all that stuff.
I'm
I've
just
been
waiting
loving
to
your-
get like a 3 a.m. text from Jahar and be like, what have you done? Why did you do this? Oh no.
Oh yeah, bring out the fluff.
I mean, I don't know. I may never forgive you. I still haven't totally forgiven Ellie for a certain death in the first book of B. So
Thank
I
you.
don't know if there's anything like unforgivable in 5. Just like things that you're just like, this is stressful. This is bad. This is very, very bad.
well, I talked about book 6 because I know there you've teased a lot
Oh,
of
yeah,
that stab scene. So
Book 6. Oh,
Book
I'm still not
6.
recovered
Oh,
from
boy.
book 6.
it's okay. My mom still hasn't forgiven me for a death in my second Jasmine Perez series. So
Oh, is that the butter one?
yes.
Oh, and such excellent description, and so like the shock of it, and you're just like, oh my god, it was so perfect.
Thank you. My mom brought that up just the other day. I don't remember how it got brought up, but every so often she finds a reason to bring it up.
That is awesome.
That's
So I decided
wonderful.
to try to highlight this current story and see how many pages and how many words it is.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I think my laptop
you
was
kind of
like,
you kind of died a
messed
little
for
bit,
a minute.
but it's fine.
But yeah, this story is coming out way too long. Longer than I expected, honestly. It took forever just for Joan to even show up.
This is not the longest a scene has exploded beyond all like reasonable measure, though. Because like the Masquerade did not need to take 10 chapters to do, but it did, and I'm just like,
And it was
that's
delightful.
like a quarter of book 6 is just the Masquerade party, and I'm just like, why did I do this? I mean, it works in when you're reading it, but also like, why did I do this?
It was so great.
I know it was worth it. I'm just like,
So I highlighted this short story, the Underworld one, just to see how many words it is. So far, it's 3,516.
Wow.
And I'm probably not even halfway yet, so
That is excellent.
for you.
I'm
yeah, because you don't have to write it. You're just like, yes, please.
Well, you're probably excited because first of all, you love Joan and Jolista, and you
Oh yeah, my favorite.
long before I decided to do this, you're actually the one that gave me the idea for this, actually. And you made a comment about how you thought that Joan would approve of Roxanne, how you would love to see their reactions with each other, and you're gonna get all of that. And there's
That's
gonna be
great.
lots of eggs, jealousy,
Excellent.
and
Perfect.
just everywhere. It's just drama everywhere.
This is great. I am so excited. I cannot wait to read this.
I cannot wait for you to read this. Like, I am so excited for you to read this. Like I said, it may turn into its own novella. So once this is done, I'll analyze how big it is. If I turn it into its own novella, I might go ahead and move it to its own doc, and then go ahead and send you that while I keep working on the short stories.
Yay.
Huh?
Yay!
And if I end up keeping it with the short stories, I might go ahead and send you just this story as well, anyways, because so I can get your perspective on certain things. So either way, you might be getting it soonish, depending on when I finish it.
This is excellent.
We've already made Ellie's day. She's like, I'm gonna get more Jones soon. I might get more chapters soon. This is a good day.
Yeah.
Awesome. And like I said, it's perfect timing. I just finished beta reading this like huge sweeping intergenerational that was like 800 pages of awesomeness, and so it's like perfect timing to get in.
Oh yeah, you need like a palate cleanser.
Yeah, that's a great book. That's really worth checking out. Oh no, did my internet do a stupid thing?
You froze and your voice went kind of robotic for a sec. Your audio seems to be back though. Visual, not so much.
We're all just having issues today.
I mean, I had all my tech issues last time, so I'm just like, everything's working
So it's our
now.
turn
So this
now.
is cool.
Thing.
Nope. There we go. I think we're back.
Are we back?
There you
Hi.
go.
Okay,
Sorry
there you
about
go. No worries. Are you guys ready to do the first sprint?
I think so, yeah. Time to get into the drama.
So how about 45 after?
Sounds perfect.
Perfect.
Okay. See you then. Happy writing.
See you on the inside.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
How'd everybody do?
Pretty good.
Good. Yeah, I lots of tension at the moment. How about you guys?
Yeah, the introductions are not going great so far, be honest. But like in a good way, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
New guy just met Celica for the first time in person, and it could have gone better, but it could have gone a lot worse. So
That had to be interesting.
this poor guy is just not built for this. Because you have to remember, and I kind of allude to this in the chapters before this, he has never like seen the movie like Lord of the Rings or anything like that. So like his concept of like what an elf is like not really there. So meeting Celica for the first time, who's over 6 feet tall, has pointy ears, is blue, is just like like he's currently just having like a panic attack, and Celica's just looking at him being like, this? Really? Which has kind of been the vibe since this new guy joined the tower, because it's just like, him?
I mean, that's
Are we sure about this?
It's very understandable given what I know of this particular character.
Yeah, given what she knows, the reaction makes sense, but it's also really, really funny.
We have someone in the comments. Hello, thank you so much for joining.
People.
Let us know what you'll be working on.
I'm sorry?
Huh?
I think she was talking to the people in comments.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Hi, Andrew. Adam.
Hi, Adam.
Hi, friends. Sorry, I was
Nice
dealing
hair.
with the dogs.
How are you
but
today?
I'm here.
Yeah, the hair's very cool.
Oh, thank you. It's good to see you all. Glad you had a successful first part of your sprint. That was great.
What are you working on?
What will you be working on?
Yeah, I've finished my Sapphic novel. My editor's got about 10 or maybe 14 chapters left. And this is the first book. All my books are pretty straightforward. Cover, whether it's a wraparound cover or not, plus standard words, not a whole lot of stuff. This book is going to have all sorts of other things, like I've set up dual page chapter introduction images. So every chapter is going to have 2 pages of image that's going to have just the chapter title and
Oh my
something
God.
themed with the chapter coming. The pages, I don't know if you can tell in the image, but my words fill up the page pretty well. In this novel, I'm going to give more space so I can put like filigree stuff around the edges of each page so it looks pretty. It's my book.
You'll have to send us all of the pictures now. I hope you understand this.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Like, you can't
Most of
describe
my-
this to us and not send us pictures when you have them.
Well, yeah, I've worked through most of them. They're all pretty simple. You know, it's one of the chapters. They're at the beach, like catching some breakfast in the water, and it's just a beach scene, and it just has the chapter title. So it's not super exciting. It's just more like going to be pretty when you open the book. What I'm really excited about is I've actually hired an artist to draw the cover art for my books. I'm really excited about that. Yeah, it's going to be
That's
the 2
always
main
fun.
characters, together on the cover. So I'm super stoked about that. Plus, it's the same size as this book, but this is 100,000 words and it's skinny. And I'm already thinking that the Sapphic book is probably gonna be 3 times this size once all the pages are together. So yeah, it's gonna be madness. So that's where I am. That's what I'm working on, and I'm really excited to be working on it.
That's awesome.
Let's see. Yeah. What about you, Jahara? Where are you in your stories? Are we getting glitchy? Can you see me? Sorry,
She might be glitching a little bit.
oh no. Okay. Okay.
I think maybe it's caught up. Or not.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Seems Jahara must be. Oh no, we lost her. Yeah, she was glitching out. Okay, all right, that's
Yeah.
what was going on.
She probably is just like gonna exit and then rejoin. And
Log back in. Yeah, totally.
give it like a soft reset.
Cool. Well, so I heard a little bit what you're working on. What about you, Ellie? Where are you in your stuff?
I am working on book 4 in my B series, When Morning Comes, and I'm currently writing a portion where a character who has been separated from her family for about 8 or 9 years is trying to get like all her brothers back together again, and it's not going well.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
Is that just
And
like the theme of today? Is like characters meeting and it's not going well.
And
We do
is the third
The
book in B
Prima.
already available?
Yes, it is.
Oh, cool.
Where the
Excellent.
Heart is currently available in paperback, ebook, and KU.
Ooh, cool.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Speaking of things not going well.
Yeah, the connection is a little screwy today.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh no, Jahara. Should we dive into another sprint, do some more work, and
Maybe, and then maybe at the end of that she'll have sorted out whatever this is.
the signal will be better? Yeah.
Yeah. So how about 30 after?
Let's do it.
Cool. See you on the other side.
Happy writing. Hello.
Hey, we back?
Hello.
Hello. Let's hope the
Hi again.
connection is better.
I think it sounds a bit better.
How was
Like,
everyone's sprints?
I can't
Pretty
hear anybody.
good.
Can you hear me?
It's great.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Um, I may sign back in. I don't know what's going on.
Oh boy. So have your sprints gone, Johara? Since you probably didn't get a chance to really answer that last time.
It went pretty good. I feel like I got pretty good progress. And I'm very happy with how the story is currently going and the direction it's heading. So very excited.
Hi
again. I'm back. Sorry.
We're just all having issues today, apparently.
Totally.
Uh,
So how was the last sprint? I don't know. I don't know if you already answered those questions, but how'd it go?
I mean, mine went okay. We moved on to Jarek's turn to meet the new guy, and that's gone better.
Good.
But that's not saying much considering the dynamic with the last pair was dog with
Apparently.
new squeaky toy. So it's fine. Everything's fine. Jarek's like being like polite and nice to people. He's just like, hey, friend. But I mean, in Jarek's defense, he doesn't know. So it's fine.
Ellie,
I'm interested to see what happens when he finds stuff out. Oh, I'm sorry, Adam. What was that?
Nope. Go ahead.
I was just saying I'm excited to see what Jarek will be like when he finds out about the new guy and everything and learn that history.
I'm sure that's gonna be fine. Hopefully the new guy doesn't drop dead of a heart attack at this rate, but it's fine. He's yeah.
Good steady heart, that one.
No. For context, Adam, the new guy in Spooky Dragon Tower is about as good as dealing with scary stuff as like Shaggy from Scooby Doo. So imagine like that kind of like mindset in this actually haunted building surrounded by all these chaotic weirdos. Like, yeah, this is gonna go great.
That's fun.
Yeah.
What about yours, Adam?
I spent the entire 40 minutes or whatever researching how to do the double fold image page like I was talking about, because my brain was like, oh, you just copy and paste it and put it right in, which of course is not, because I realized you have to not only realign the margins, but you have to get rid of your header and footer on those individual pages while still keeping the header and footers on all the pages around it. I'll probably have to put a blank page on the back of each image so there's no words getting distorted by the image. So yeah, just the more I read, the more I was like, okay, so this is a process. It's going to be, each chapter is going to be the same thing over and over again. But once I read through all that and realized what I think I need to do, and I did a real quick test and it looks like it's going to work. Now I'm trying to figure out the filigree that I'm going to put in the corners. That's actually going to be in the headers and footers tucked away. So I'm working on that and trying to figure out the size and scale of images and how detailed the like little swirly things can be before they get distorted. So that's where I am right now.
Do you
Sounds
use
like a fun kind of complicated.
Kindle do you
Yes, it
use
is a little
Kindle
complicated.
to publish your ebooks or your books?
Canva, is that what you're saying?
Kindle, yeah. Sorry, like KDP. Is that what you use for your
Oh, yes.
paperbacks and everything?
Yes,
How
I'm
do
using
you-
KDP.
So, like, are you doing like the bleed versus the not bleed, and then how does that work exactly for like trying to match everything into
We're gonna find out.
like
It's
get
gonna
the
be a
two
rough
to
one, I
match
think.
up? Like, is that difficult? Okay?
So far
I
I've
know.
had success.
Doing like children's books. Sorry.
No, go ahead. What about children's books?
I was gonna say, doing children's books, it's always a bit of a challenge to get like the things to line up perfectly because you have to do the bleed and then with the margins and then like what gets cut off versus what doesn't get cut off.
I know, yeah. I'll definitely be calling out for a ordering a proof copy very early on in this process to see how things look because, yeah, I don't really know what the KDP margins are going to do to the margins I'm inserting in my own document. So yeah, we'll see. I think it's going to be a process, but I think I've got enough knowledge to get myself at least started on it and can at least
Right.
start getting proofs sent to me so I can see how they're going.
Awesome.
That sounds
And fingers
fun.
crossed for you.
Thank you. Yeah,
Nice.
I'm hopeful. I'm confident ish.
As confident as any of us ever are in this process.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah.
It's like it should work, but I'll feel better once I see it in person.
Exactly. Yeah. And in truth, I realized recently that my very first book I printed, there's it's not a misprint. There's just like a huge gap in one of the chapter titles. It's like the something, and I don't know why that's there. I haven't gone back and fixed it yet, but I'm like, what the heck? When did that even happen? So yeah, they're still turning up,
There's always that one little thing that goes wrong. Every
and
single
who knows
time.
why.
Well, I started publishing using CreateSpace like 10 years ago, and at some point it feels like when CreateSpace merged in with KDP, that like the formatting went all weird and everything. So there's been times where over the years I've had to go back and refix formatting from like the older books.
Right. It didn't quite grandfather in the way the tech was supposed to or
Right.
whatever.
Yeah.
And so speaking of, when you upload your files, since we're talking about this whole process, do you typically do a PDF as your upload for the Words file of your document, or do you use a Microsoft Word document, or how do you do it?
Oh gosh, I have to remember now. I should probably remember that since I'm gonna have to do that soon with the Danceable and Blade. I want to say it used to be PDF, and then something changed recently, and I think it's Word now.
Okay.
I'd have to double check.
Yeah, and I know that I've used both to upload in the past, but I just can't remember which ones were which. But yeah.
Yeah.
I always use Word, admittedly, but that's just because it's software I'm comfortable with using.
Yeah, no, I use Microsoft Word to write all my books. Yeah, and just I wasn't sure if the file type was still going to be a Word document or a PDF for this next one. And I feel like with the images, with the filigree stuff, I'll probably have to make it a PDF so it's all sort of locked in place in the document itself.
For images, I could see PDF probably being preferable.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, that'll come back to ordering proofs and seeing if they turn out right.
We will find out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I might even do like just a portion of the book as and just order it just to see if the first 3 or 4 chapters look right, and then I'll continue on the process because I think each chapter is going to sort of be a time-consuming just process to get those images in there, and yeah, so we'll see, but.
That makes sense.
Yeah. should we get back to it and do some more?
How's everyone's writing going? Is it how you want it to be?
I'm pretty happy with how things are turning out so far.
I'm,
Sure, we can
I'm
do some
really
more.
happy.
What were you saying, Ellie?
Oh, I'm just really happy with the way my writing's turning out. There's some lines I'm really
That's
like
good.
happy about and delight me. So
There's a couple of like Barb exchanges that have already happened that I'm enjoying a lot. So I can't
That's
share
good.
too much from this chapter because spoilers. But basically,
about you,
Zelic
Johara?
and Seraphina are talking about, like family stuff. And Seraphina's like, I'm really glad I am an only child. And Zelic is like, I envy you, clearly. And then Seraphina goes, I'd offer to swap, but you don't want my mother. And Zelic's response is, I wouldn't inflict your mother on anyone. So that's but fun.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how mine's going too. There's like jealousy and stuff, and it's like it's a lot of fun to write. Like Joan was reminiscing over their underworld kiss that you might remember, Ellie,
yes.
which upset
Oh my
Roxanne
God.
little that stuff. And but then Roxanne kind of had her little moment to show that, even though she may not have the warrior stripes that Khaleesi and Joan do, that she's still, she's still very useful, and she's showing that, why Khaleesi likes her, because she definitely likes the warrior types, and Roxanne, surface value doesn't seem like a warrior, but she's more so than she looks.
Definitely.
So that's been a lot of fun.
That sounds fun.
I also feel like in the circumstance of this book, the jealousy makes a lot of sense. I mean, sometimes I read romance where there's jealousy and it's kind of like, I'm not sure this was necessary. But like in the type of story you're working on with these characters and their experiences, it just sort of lends itself to that type of exploration.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I like writing jealousy when it's not like any like individual character's fault. It's just kind of the circumstances they've found themselves in.
Oh,
No.
yeah. And I think some of it is how you write it too, because jealousy is a normal human emotion and reaction, and sometimes it just feels like it adds, like, I don't know. To me,
I feel like jealousy is very easy to fall into like some of the same problems the miscommunication can if you do it wrong. So it's just like it really just kind of depends on execution. I think it's good to have to a degree, but it really, really depends more on execution than a lot of other emotions do.
Yeah.
And
definitely.
There's already sort of seeing that like in your snippet, you're already like handling that so beautifully with especially like Roxanne's feelings and everything, and especially with the setup of it with the third book in your Realm of Monsters series.
Thank you. Well, I'm ready for another sprint if you are.
Let's go.
I can go again.
Okay. How about 15 after?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Go.
See you on the other side.
Happy writing. Hello.
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 Hi there.
How did everyone's sprints go?
Pretty good.
Yep.
Well,
Good.
Making progress?
Yeah. How about you?
Yeah, mine's going pretty good too. I feel like I'm finally making progress. I haven't made progress like all week.
And is
I
this
feel bad.
your? Is this the Scooby Doo retelling that you've been working on?
No, this one I'm working on today is my Monster Realm short story collection.
Ah,
Just a
cool.
bunch
Cool.
of short stories that have to do with the universe.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I was stuck on the chapter before this for like 2 weeks, so I'm glad to kind of be flying through this one.
Good.
That's good. Yeah, I kept getting stuck on this story because like I know what I want to happen, but trying to figure out how to get there is so hard sometimes.
yeah.
But I think I'm finally making some progress. I have a flow going now.
That's
Good.
awesome.
Are you planning on writing for most of the rest of the afternoon, or do you have other stuff you got going on today?
I
I mean,
don't
this
really
is
have
my
anything
plan
else
for
going
today.
on.
I
I
mean,
might just keep writing if the flow's still
Cool.
there.
Good.
Yeah. How about you?
Yeah, I'm working on this crazy document, so I think I've figured out the corner filigree stuff. I think that it'll look good the way I've got it. Who knows? Again, once I see the proof, then we'll see. But
yeah.
yep, it's I think coming together.
Nice.
I think I'm in store for another very long chapter, but this is just gonna have to be how it is.
Yeah, this
What about
one's
you,
gonna
Ellie?
be long.
It's going really well. It's so far it's going better for my character than a previous meeting with her brother, but it's about she's gonna get I know she's about to get very disappointed by something and be kind of blindsided by it. So I am looking forward to finally writing that, but also feeling absolutely horrible for this poor character.
Aw. I'm doing all of these kind of introductions in the same chapter, and each one's taking about 1,000 words each, and there's going to be 4 of them, so I'm expecting like another 4K chapter, which, oh boy,
That's awesome.
that's two of them in one book, which probably explains why this book is going to be massive. Like, I can feel it in my bones.
I know when morning comes, the chapters are kind of long, but we're following so many characters, and it's kind of going like back and forth between this huge cast of characters that I don't feel like there's a way to not have the chapters be long.
Yeah.
I mean, my chapters can fluctuate quite a bit depending on how things are going. So, like, the previous one was only like 1,600 words, and this one's already past it, and 2 of the other dragons haven't showed up yet, because we're still getting to there.
Kind of nice as a reader, though, to have like shorter and longer chapters kind of interspersed. I know for myself personally, it can definitely help with my focus to kind of not necessarily have all the chapters be the same exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like when you're reading it in the pacing, it does work, but it's definitely one of those things where it's just like, okay, that's
as a writer, it feels glaringly more obvious.
well, it feels like one of those things that like on paper sounds like it should be a bigger problem than it actually feels like when you're reading it. Because like having, one chapter be almost double the length, well, more than double the length of the chapter right before, it feels just like, this is weird, but like, yeah, this makes sense that this is this long.
I could see that.
But also when you're reading it, it's like, especially when you're really into the book, you can be reading so much that you don't even realize how long the chapters are because you're just so into the story that it's like the length is just not even present. It's more
Or-
present when you're writing it than when you're reading it.
Or you have the queen of cliffhangers over here that makes it nearly impossible for you to stop reading. Oh, let's just end the chapter here. Well, so much for my sleep schedule.
I'm not sorry.
Yeah, both of you. All of you do it actually. I'm pretty sure I recall quite a bit of chapters in some of Adam's books as well, where it was like, well, now I can't stop.
There is two that come to my mind that
Yeah,
are in my
same.
stuff that you've read that I'm just like, yeah, that was kind of evil, but that was so worth it.
I know Ellie's told me a few times that she had to try to not wake up her fiance in bed from laughing so hard because she was up so late reading it.
Book 6 had a particularly bad one. I remember it being like, I was going to go to sleep, but then this chapter ended this way, and now I'm not going to be able to sleep if I don't keep reading.
Also particularly fun with all of your writings is the fact that I have stuff I need to do during the day and I can't stop thinking about what I've read of all of your work. And then it's like,
Yeah.
you're supposed to be paying attention to cooking meat, and how can you possibly do that? Because all you can think about is going back to the book and finishing the story.
That's a good feeling, though. A book
Yeah,
that sucks
honestly,
you
I'm
in and
like
keeps you going.
that right now. Yeah, I'm like that right now with Ellie's book, A Dance of Bow and Blade. It's like I can't read all the time because I have other stuff going on at home. I have to work, but then so many times I'm just her book ends up in my head when I'm at work, and I'm like, I really wish I could be reading this right now, but I have to work.
Oh, that means so much. Thank you.
I mean, it's nice when a book haunts you, though. It's good.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Those wind up being my favorite books.
Yes, definitely. What scene is everyone currently working on? Without being too spoilery.
I can be kind of not spoiler. We're kind of like, so I just put the scene break after Jarek's introduction, so now I'm kind of starting into Russell's. So that's going to be fun.
Nice.
Nice.
And Celica's just noticed
Maybell.
that Jarek changed his hairstyle, so that's going to be a funny conversation.
Oh, that should be fun. Maybell is trying to collect all her brothers after all the years apart. And she's going to the second oldest brother now after a very disappointing attempt at getting the first brother to come home. And she's been at his bakery and she's about to take him back to the house. But she's sort of not, like, he's got his guy with him that she faintly remembers from when they were younger, but they weren't together then. And she's not doing too well with him necessarily, but she's about to take her brother to see the family home for the first time in like 9 years.
Aww. That sounds like a lot of complicated emotions.
So many complicated emotions for so many reasons, and it doesn't help that there's a bit of a misunderstanding she doesn't realize yet.
Yeah.
Drama.
Oh, so much drama.
So much delicious drama. How about you, Johanna?
Well, Kalista and Joan are having a chat right now because Kalista kind of didn't want Joan to know she was in a relationship with Roxanne because she didn't want to hurt Joan. But then Roxanne is doing something not far from them at the moment, and Joan goes up to Kalista. She's like, "So, how long have you guys been together?" And then Kalista's like, "You knew?" So now they're having this like heart to heart moment.
It's like,
Of
shouldn't have
course
even
Joan would
attempted
know.
to hide it. She just knows. 'Cause
Honestly.
she knows. Well, I mean, if there's anyone who could be considered an expert on what Calista is like when she's, with someone she cares about.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Especially because it feels like the
But
only other.
Roxanne definitely impressed Joan, which is nice.
Oh, nice.
I'm sorry, what?
I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
especially because it feels like Joan is one of the very few people who like know Kalista that well. Like outside of like Rain and Marissa, like Joan feels like she would be top of like on that top list as well.
Yeah.
People just know her that well.
Definitely.
So what exactly did Roxanne do to impress Joan?
Okay. I don't know how big of a spoiler this is, but basically there was hellhounds, and Roxanne, being a werewolf, was able to tame them without, too much bloodshed, and
Nice.
kind of befriended them as well.
Of course.
So
Did you just go
only
up to the house
Roxanne
and
could
go,
befriend a
who's a good
hellhound.
puppy?
Only Roxanne could befriend a hellhound. I swear.
Oh,
I got a hellhound.
That's low key
tormenting
my
me
favorite
right now.
trope is you have this like giant monster that like is terrifying everybody else, and then you have like the one character that's like, oh, a puppy.
Here's a monster terrorizing me right now.
Yeah.
My little hellhound.
Oh,
Yeah, she's trouble. Trouble. She's messing with me. She won't let me
she
focus.
looks like it. Yep. That is the face of a troublemaker for sure.
Oh, what a baby. Ridiculous.
Seraphina's kind of like that with her
You guys wanna
summon
do
when
another
she
sprint?
finally like gets a chance to interact with it. It's so funny because everyone's just like, what is that? And Seraphina's just like, friend. Oh no. You seem to have lost somebody.
Are we sprinting more or what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Let's
Are you guys
sprint some more. Yeah, let's
sprinting
do some
more?
more. Yeah, let's do
Sure.
it.
Okay.
See you in a bit.
Awesome.
See you.
All right. everyone's writing go?
Pretty good.
Really well.
Making progress?
Dragons are
So
causing
am I.
problems as they should.
Always.
Very
Always.
on point.
Because dragons.
Because dragons.
That should be a T-shirt, by the way.
I know. I'm looking
Honestly.
into it.
I finished Kalista and Jones Heart to Heart. It took a little bit longer. It was a bigger scene than I originally planned, but I finished that
Well, I
scene.
think
So on to the next scene.
given, you know, all of the everything and all the investment readers have in that particular pairing, that they've earned this.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things where, like, when a scene is that anticipated, you're kind of justified in just going for it.
100%.
And this is only Heart to Heart part 1. They're going to have one more Heart to Heart that has to do a little bit more with their relationship and how their relationship ended, because this one had more to do with Roxanne and Kalista's own like mental state at times. So yeah, there's more for readers to be looking forward to.
Looking forward to is certainly a way to phrase it, because I'm pretty sure the answer is dreading, judging for the look at Ellie's face.
About the way it ended. Oh, I am going to have no heart left.
Well, I was also trying to figure out what kind of dangers I want them to face in the underworld, and I know that I want them to face skeleton warriors, as
Ooh.
well as I wasn't sure how I should mention this because this might be a spoiler, but let's just say that the river that Helen died in might make a comeback.
No. Oh no. Really? Oh. Just so you know, that one scene, like so much of your last novella in that series stuck with me, but there's that one moment with Kalista, and I don't want to give too much away, with that river and the way you just write the intense emotion and like the blankness on her face, like, which just, it's like, oh my God, it's one of those moments that just has stuck with me. When, that moment by that river. Okay.
I'm glad I made it stick for you.
You know, another moment in your novella series with like that type of emotion was Joan and the letters and what her father did.
Oh my gosh, yeah. That was heartbreaking. Lots of emotions in my books.
Yes.
That's what makes them fun.
Oh yeah.
Look, I mean, that's the sign that
I
you're doing your
love
job right.
making
The reader's
comebacks.
just like, no, it just throws it across the room and just upset. It's great.
It
That's
is
what we live
fabulous
for.
when you get
Yeah,
a reader
true.
response like, I threw your book against the room,
Yeah.
and you're like, thank you.
Yes. I love making comebacks. I remember your reaction when I told you that the sword from Tartarus and the sword was going to make a comeback in the Queen of Monsters. You were so scared for what that meant.
I was terrified, and rightly so, I might add. Oh my God.
I love when you have those things where you're just like, this is going to be like, you could just look at it and be like, this situation's going to end badly, and then it does, and you're just like, I knew, but I wasn't ready.
Right? There was no way I would ever be mentally prepared for just how wrong this moment went for these characters.
Yep.
So Adam, how did your spring go?
I am struggling with figuring out how to make the header and footer disappear on individual pages as I'm going through. So I'm
Oh,
struggling through
fun.
that. Yeah. How do you get
Oof.
rid of just the header on one page and the footer on just one page. That's it's proving to be a struggle. So I'm trying to figure that out.
Using Word, the only way I really know how to do something like that is to create the section breaks.
That's what I'm attempting, and for some reason it's not separating it out as a section. So I'm doing something wrong, but yeah, I'm trying that method.
Yeah.
That sounds painful.
These are the moments of formatting that I probably despise the most. Is
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
formatting is the worst stage in making a book.
Yeah,
Let's just
100%.
all be clear on that. Formatting is the worst bit.
like there's a fun element of like how can I format this paragraph in such a way to build tension? Like there's a moment right at the end of where the heart is where I had a lot of fun formatting the element of the paragraph breaks. But in terms of formatting stuff that has to do with images, it's a nightmare. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It's awful. It's just awful. Universally awful.
I'm struggling.
Yeah.
So sorry, Adam.
How do you
I
figure
may
it
have
out?
to do every single chapter as its own section break. That's what it may turn into. So yeah. I think it's gonna be a
Oof.
process.
Oh my gosh. I
You
mean,
have
it's
my
gonna look
sympathy.
amazing when you're done. It's
I hope so. Yeah. I'm struggling through it. I don't know what I'm doing.
oh man.
Yeah. And then how do I?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like formatting is just the worst.
Oh, and this. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I've screwed up the header on the next page, so I'm doing something wrong here.
Poor thing.
Yeah, so that's what I'll be working on the rest of the afternoon, I think.
I hope it goes much more smoothly for you for
Hope
the
you
rest of
figure it
the
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Off to a rough start, but it's not the end of
Maybe
the world.
once you figure out how to do like the first one, the rest will be like, okay, just do the same thing and it will be easier.
Repeat the action. That's what I'm hoping will be the case. Yeah. Now I don't know how to unformat. I've screwed the formatting up on the second one. Yeah. So I'll be at this today.
Gotcha.
Does anybody have any like
Do
snippets
you
they
guys
want to
think you
share?
guys will be writing? Yeah, everyone can read a snippet. Do you guys know what snippet you guys want to read?
Yeah.
Maybe.
See if I can find it.
I have a very small one that's safe.
Okay, I think I know. Let's see where it should. All right, I got my snippet already.
Who wants to go first?
Sure. I guess I'll go first. New guy, redacted name, looked ready to be buried in a grave while Jarek and Celica gossiped to each other on the couch. I know it sounds ridiculous, but Allie knows why I have to do it that way.
Oh yeah.
What did you do to your hair? Celica was demanding, while reaching over to tug on the short ponytail. It was even shorter than last time I'd seen it a month ago. It's not that bad, is it? You cut it all off, she complained. This is what I could salvage, Jarek explained. Salvage? I questioned. What happened? Did you burn it while training? Celica accused. I told you that you needed to tie it back more if you were going to be throwing fire around. It wasn't fire. I was working on summoning with Mom, and then hers got a little too close. Honestly, between you and Stuart, I can't keep my eyes off you hearts without something going wrong. Hey, we both said at the same time. She giggled and released Jarek's hair. The door opened again, stealing everyone's attention. Russell stepped in with Les flared, his eyes settled on me. Hey, good to see you again. Told you I'd be here. Can't blame us for being worried. Last week felt like it was going to never end. He settled for leaning on the back of the couch Silica and Jarek were sharing. How are we holding up? See, Seraphina and Russell had the decency to grow theirs out. Sure, Russell's looks like a wet paintbrush, and Seraphina's kind of a mess, but they're trying. Russell scoffed. Jade doesn't mind. Jade's biased. Silica rolled her eyes. How is Jade, by the way? Jarek asked in a pointed way that told me he knew something. Anyway, Russell refused to answer that question. What's the word on Staverson? Oh no, Russell. What? He's going to try again, and we should talk about it. Are we waiting for Fethris? We agreed to not use the name, right? He checked with Jarek, who was shaking his head in amusement. Russell. I tried a bit louder to get his attention. Look to me. I pointed at the new guy. And I'm going to stop there. Because that's where spoilers start.
Oh, those are such great interactions. Oh my god. I love the game so much.
I tried to take a drink, but you made me laugh.
Why would you take a drink while I'm reading Dragon Banter? That's just a recipe for a bad idea.
I don't know.
In all fairness, we didn't know just how many of the dragons were all going to be together.
Almost all of them. I get one more still missing.
That's going to be interesting.
Wanted to save the best for last.
My
Oh my
Feathers. I love him so much.
How is Feathers going to react to this? Oh.
Well, Fethris doesn't know, but new guy might know enough about Fethris for that to cause problems. So that's going to be funny.
Yeah. I mean, Feathers is kind of like, I know they all kind of struggle with reading Seraphina, but there is an element of paying attention to her reactions to things. So depending on how, for lack of a better term, stoic she might be in a moment, I'm wondering what Feathers may or may not pick up on.
I'm not worried about his reaction to her right now. I'm more worried about how new guy's gonna react to him.
Okay, I was thinking Feathers' reaction to new guy, given Seraphina's reaction, but okay. Interesting.
Yeah. At least that's what Seraphina's more worried about right now. Because there's been they haven't said some certain things out loud, but there's been hints, especially in the previous chapter, that there's probably going to be some drama here.
Ooh.
Let's just say new guy thinks Seraphina times Fethris is canon, but it's not.
Yeah.
So that's going to be problems.
Ooh. That's good to read.
It will make sense once you read and you're like, oh no. Seraphina's just I kind of want to go outside, just be smit by lightning, and then maybe I won't have to deal with this, but it's just no, you're going to have to deal with this. Suffer.
Ellie, do you want to go next?
Sure. I'm going to be attempting to read my own handwriting, so forgive me if I stumble over anything. Before she could even make it to the front door, she saw him through the large windows. Bigger than she remembered, flour up to his elbows and warmth exuding both from the glow of the ovens and his wide grin equally. He kneaded dough, kissed the man she faintly recalled, interacted with the customer, some boy running errands, and she withdrew from the glimpse of a perfect life he found for himself, happy, full life. That rock in her throat from when she left Williams grew to a suffocating boulder. Never had she felt smaller. She held on to this impossible dream for so long with both hands, often the only thing that kept her from drowning. Even when she was turning 16, picking blueberries out of her celebratory muffin and trying to help her friends understand that an enduring wish and hope cared little for the alterations of a ticking clock. Then something made him look up. He squinted at where she was, as though she was but a memory he couldn't quite place. and those 8 years of longing pulled her forward like the rush of receding waves from the shoreline, straight to the door. A cloud of fresh-baked bread and memories hit her like a punch to the nose, eyes already welling with tears, and a few snatches of conversation greeted her. You look like you've seen a ghost. I feel as though I've seen a ghost. Both looked up at the bell's announcement, and before she could open her mouth, his eyes widened in instant recognition. It is you, Ducky! His laughter held just as much delight as disbelief. At the utter relief, she covered her face and began to cry in earnest.
Aww.
I always love your writing, Ellie.
Thank you. That means a lot.
But oh my gosh, I'm so scared for this book, I swear.
Yeah, there's
Sounds like you have a lot to be afraid for.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with these characters, and a lot of healing and like trauma recovery and such, but it takes them a bit to get there. And one of the things Maybelle in particular, who this section is about, is one of the things she really has to confront, which she sort of already kind of realized it to a certain extent in an Impossible Dream, but she's now having to like experience it. And it's less theoretical, as the idea that the dream she's been holding on to is just not going to be the same as she imagined it being when she was 10.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's a realistic feeling. But I love getting more of Maybelle.
Oh, there's definitely going to be a lot of Maybelle, and because of where An Impossible Dream leaves off, especially with like Maybelle's character, there is so much that happened in that year Sarah wasn't there, that like last year of An Impossible Dream when she's off with Elsby. And you get to sort of get these glimpses of some of the stuff that the servants who were still in the castle afterwards have been through. And yeah, she's been through a lot.
Sounds
yeah.
like it.
Yeah.
What about you, Johara? Do you have a snippet?
Yeah. I decided to go with Joan and Calista's heart to heart, so be ready for turmoil. Roxanne transformed into her wolf as the two set off for a race. Calista sighed as she watched them as Joan slowly walked up to her, nudging her shoulder softly, gaining her attention. Roxanne seems quite wonderful, Joan told her. She's more than meets the eye. She definitely is. How long have you two been dating? Calista stared at her dumbfounded. You knew? You can't keep things from me. I know you too well. Calista looked away. I'm so sorry. Don't be, Joan told her. I have been dead for too many centuries, and I love you. Still do. Always will. I want you to be happy. That's all I ever wanted, and I think you finally are. Are you?
Aww.
I am, Calista replied, or I was. I don't know. What do you mean? Joan asked. My past always returns, Calista replied. I ran from it for so long. Eventually, I decided to face it. I thought I was past it, but every time I'm happy, something happens reminding me that maybe I just don't deserve that. That's not true. It never was. I think you finally discovered that, Joan told her. So don't go back to your dark corner. Don't retreat, as you always do when something bad happens. Give up on happiness. If it's not one thing, it's another. That's life. It hits you until it knocks the breath out of you, waits for you to get up, and shoots another shot. Life does that to me more than most. Just keep fighting. I shouldn't have to, Joan sighed. Calista wiped her tears away. The negative thoughts never go away, Calista told her. I still think Roxanne can do better. You also thought that of me. It was never true. And it's not true now. I think she's good for you. You just met her, Calista told her. You don't even know her. I know enough, Joan insisted. She's a fighter, but not in the way you and I are. She's training to be a warrior, but I don't think she'll ever be the type of warrior we are. What are you talking about? Khaleesi asked. She uses kindness and heart in battle rather than fists of fury. She has the warrior spirit. I see it in her. She never gives up, even if she's outmatched. She wouldn't leave you despite her own disadvantages, Joan replied. She needs more skill, but she has heart and soul, and isn't that what every warrior needs? Skill is easy to learn, but having the heart and soul for battle is either given or not. Khaleesi smiled to herself. She sees more than the battle, the fight, the blood, like warriors see. She didn't see hellhounds or beasts. She saw a pet, somebody good. She doesn't see the bad. She saw the good. You need that. She saw the good in me, Khaleesi told her. I still don't know why. I did. So did Marissa. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's enough good in you to balance out the evil. You're very wise in your old age. Joan laughed. I figured I should catch up to you. Khaleesi laughed too. I did miss you. Your death almost destroyed me. Mostly because Athena... But it didn't. Mostly because Athena helped me suppress it. But you're not suppressing it anymore? Joan asked. No, Khaleesi replied. Rain has helped me a lot. Who's Rain? A long story, but I think you'd like them. I already do. They helped you when nobody else could. Let's keep going, Khaleesi suggested. I need to make sure Roxanne is okay. So, Joan followed Khaleesi down the path. How's Marissa? And little Astoria and Ayana? I'm guessing they're not so little anymore. Khaleesi let out a sigh. There's a lot you missed, and a lot to catch you up on before we send you through that door. That's the end.
Oh, there's a lot of good lines in there too. I like what you said about the heart of a warrior and that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
So nice to see Joan and Khaleesi interacting again. I've missed them.
I know you have.
I cannot get these section breaks to work. I don't know what the heck I'm doing wrong.
I wish there was more we could do to help.
Yeah, so sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. I'll figure it out, or I'll come up with some other thing to do instead. You know.
Was there a snippet you wanted to read, Adam?
Oh, I certainly can. Yeah, if you want. Let's see.
Sorry to
Here,
distract you from the headers and everything.
No, yeah, I'm. I should take a break and focus on something else. Yeah, I'll read the intro to the Sapphic novel. I'm almost finished with. Cool. Okay, so the librarian and the assassin. Oh, sorry. The librarian and the assassin, Part 1. It had been 18 years since the world came to an end, or so people like to say. But Tawny had only known the world as it now was. Life had not ended at the end of the world. Only the conveniences that society was accustomed to had ended. Tawny knew that many people died in the plague that had ripped through the population during the fall of civilization, but the information 18 years later was vague and sketchy, and those people's lives had been lost before Tawny's time. Worldwide communication had ceased almost instantly, and information about what was happening in different countries could not be shared as one after another fell. But that was long ago, before Tawny's time. Tawny only knew the world as it now was. Her life in the island on Stone Spire, and she liked her life. She had never known electric lights or motor vehicles, but the remains of such things were everywhere in the city where she lived, which took its name from the island, and the city of Stone Spire was an interesting place. Tawny had always been precocious, curious about the world, and she loved the region of the city where she lived. So many people simply hated the current state of things, especially people older than her, those who remembered the time before. Tawny loved life. She had a good time most of the time, and even though she had very few friends, her life was full and interesting. With the human population decimated, huge stretches of every city on Earth lay uninhabited and crumbling, and Stone Spire was no exception. Tawny would often go days between seeing anyone she knew, even though she never left her region of the city. It was not until she met someone new and different that something in her changed. Tawny had spent the morning out wading through the tidal pools in the shallows that surrounded her neighborhood. She was hunting for any shellfish that she might bring home to cook for her next meal. There were often others out clamming, but Tawny was usually happy enough keeping to herself. The morning sun was climbing up the sky. up the sky away from the horizon when Tawny spotted a rather large crab that went scuttling by her. She plunged her hands into the gentle surf, snatched the thing from behind, and yanked it out of the water. She managed to avoid its large, crushing claw, but its secondary pincer caught the soft flesh at the side of her right hand, and it squeezed. Tawny let out a shriek of surprise and pain, and she tried to throw the thing back in the water, but it had her fast. Blood began to run from the wound, and Tawny was shocked by how much it hurt. "Get off of me!" she screamed at it. The side of her hand proved to be very tender. She was focused on the crab, but she was also aware of movement coming toward her. "I'll help you." Tawny glanced sideways, and even though her eyes were beginning to well with tears, she saw another woman rushing through the shallow water toward her. "Keep an eye on its other claw," the stranger ordered, and she yanked a hairpin out of her long wavy locks, which cascaded down around her shoulders. "This'll do the trick," she stated as she stuck the pin into the gap of the crab's claw, wrenching it open and freeing Tawny's hand. Tawny went to throw the crab, and the other woman shouted, "No!" She snatched the animal and stuffed it into a special bag at her side made of tiny links of interlocking chainmail, which would prevent it from pinching either of them again. "We're having that for breakfast. I'm Bix," she added as she yanked her own shirt up over her head and wrapped it around Tawny's injured hand, which was freely bleeding. "You're going to be okay," Bix said with a chuckle. "What's your name?" Tawny rubbed her eyes hard and looked up into the face of what turned out to be a very interesting young woman. Bix had a rather significant scar across her left cheek, and her right eye was glassy and unfocused. She was grinning, and Tawny noticed a tooth was missing partway back in her mouth. She was also now standing beside Tawny in only a pair of flimsy shorts and a bra, and Bix's body was soft and curvaceous. Tawny was much slenderer herself, but she had always liked the look of women who she thought of as womanly. Tawny was kind of a tomboy, and she attributed it to her harsh upbringing in the city of Stonespire. "You gonna tell me your name or what?" Tawny blushed. She had been staring at Bix. "It's Tawny, and I'll stop there."
Oh, that's so awesome. I love the
Cute.
setting and character and everything. Plus, talk about a great meet cute.
Ah! Yeah, it was fun.
The relationship was so cute when I read it.
And I think you've read like the first like 20 or so chapters, and it ended up being 59, so I'm pretty excited about that. There's a lot more
Nice.
story. Yeah.
Looking forward
Exciting.
Thank you, thank you. And as long as I can get these images down, I'm gonna be really happy. So yeah.
Well, we wish you good luck. I'll figure that out.
Thank you. Thank
Sounds
you.
like an absolute nightmare, but I think you got this.
Wish it was just easy and just happened the way I thought it was going to, but yeah, we'll figure it out. Cool. Should we dive back in, or are we calling it a day, or what's going on?
I'm up for another
I'm
sprint.
up for going another round.
I could
Let's keep
definitely
going.
Cool.
All right, cool.
Okay.
I'll see you in a bit then.
See you on the other side.
Hey, happy writing. Hello.
Hello.
How did your sprints go?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Still on the Russell section, but it just took a turn.
Kind
Yee.
of bad turn.
I mean, part of it's Russell's fault. He's the one who brought up the conversation.
Sounds about right. How about you, Ellie?
It's going well. I sort of shifted the scene to Mabel now has her brother actually at the house with their father and everything. I still have to write the part where he gets to see the house for the first time, but I wanted to work on a conversation about various things, including Mabel's plan to get the rest of the brothers, which is where some of her disappointment's going to come in. But unexpectedly, it's kind of Ansel started telling this story about kind of some of the stuff he had been through during the war that you got to see in like B in the final year of An Impossible Dream. And it's getting kind of long, but at the same time, I feel like it's really good for illustrating the effects the war had on other people and other towns and stuff like that.
That
Nice.
sounds important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, for me, it was a little bit more slow going this time. I was figuring out how to get the scene started. They're finally fighting some skeletons, which is fun. I got stuck like right before the sprint started because I want Khaleesi's trying to like there's skeletons coming to them, so she kind of took Roxanne and Joan and ran off, and then now she's trying to find some things to use as like booby traps, I guess you can say, to trap them and stop them, which I think would be fun. I'm just trying to figure out what she could find in the underworld, but Khaleesi's the kind of person who she could use almost anything as a weapon. So so I want her to find the most random stuff to use as weapons. I just have to figure out what that stuff is.
Interesting. That's going to be really fun.
Yes. And right now, Roxanne and Joe are just looking at her like she's insane. Like, why did you just hit us some rocks? Like, what are we going to do with rocks?
Well, you're in the Greek underworld, right?
Yeah.
Hades is also the god of like wealth, so there should be like lots of like shiny stuff down there.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, with I don't know that much about the culture and the history and everything, but would people have also been like buried with possessions that would have been
There
important
is-
to them?
Well, depending on where you're at, people are either cremated or they're buried with like, with like the coins over their eyes, to give to the ferryman.
Right.
So there should be, lots of like gold and jewels and coins and stuff, at least in theory.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I could use that.
It also kind of depends on which
skeletons-
section of the underworld you're in.
Okay. Oh yeah, because there's like Elysium and
So there's Elysium, which is like, where, I hate to phrase it like this, but I don't know how else to phrase it, like the good afterlife, if that makes sense, like the place you want to go is Elysium. Then you have like the middle purgatory. We're not quite sure where purgatory, you might have to go again. And then you have like the thing below, which is where like you've done some bad stuff and you're now in prison basically as your afterlife. And below that is like Tartarus.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So.
Very cool.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I imagine.
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, go ahead. No,
I was just gonna say this fight's going to lead into the scene that has the river, so
oh no.
I might be writing that soon.
No worries.
You should be very afraid.
I am terrified.
So Yeah, Elysium should have like plants and stuff, so
Yeah.
you could, do something with that.
Throw a rose at
Gems
him.
And gold coins and plants, you could make something work, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Leaving skeletons to have giant piles of gold coins drown them.
You know?
Skeletons are like one of your favorites, right?
I do love skeletons. They are not used as often as they could be. I have so many skeletons. Like on my desk, I have several just right there. Skulls, stuff like that.
I mostly have dragons up here, but I do have one skeleton adjacent.
Yeah, I have mostly skeletons and bears up here. I have bears too.
Oh, I've ruined my lighting. Yes, I have. We will just live with this. This is just how it's going to be.
No worries.
It's so funny because like they're like having like very casual conversation at this point. Then Russell comes in and he's like, "So what are you gonna do about the guy who tried to stab you last year? Because he's still out there." And because at first he doesn't know that there's a new guy in the room, and then he's like, "Oh, whoops, hi." Anyway, are we going to solve this problem or not? And Seraphina is trying to be like, no, we're not. We're students. We are not going after this very dangerous individual by ourselves because we'll all die." And it's funny starting to click for the new guy that, when she said, hey, you maybe don't want to stick around with us, she wasn't kidding. There's like actual like danger here, and that's like finally clicking for him. Even though she's like shown him like the scars and stuff, because it's I love giving Seraphina scars. I can't help myself. Any opportunity, more scars for Seraphina.
Honestly, same with Kalista. I've given her so many scars.
And he didn't react well to seeing the scars, but he has seen them. And now he's like, wait, what's a wraith? Oh, danger is bad. Danger is real. And Seraphina's just like, yeah, real danger.
I know when I did the one where Kalista met Roxanne's family, and they heard some of the things that Roxanne has done since she's been to the monster realm, and her family looked at her like she's insane because they're used to this mortal realm, like living like humans more or less, and they're like, "Are you sure that this is the place you want to be? This sounds very dangerous and deadly." And she's like, "But it also feels more like home than this ever did." She didn't say that, but it's kind of the vibe that you get.
Yeah.
You guys definitely rethinking a lot of his life choices right about now. Because he's like torn in a couple different directions. Because the thing he wants most is in Dragon Tower, so he's like wants to stay because like that's the thing that he wants. But also he's like, oh my god, you guys are all crazy, and there's also people trying to kill you.
And they're all like, yeah.
Well, I mean, they take the problem seriously and are trying to figure out how to solve it. They're not like casual about the murder attempt. But I mean, they're just like, welcome to Dragon Tower. There's paperwork if you want to leave. Seraphina's secretly been desperately hoping that he takes that option. He's not going to, but she's like, please, please, please. Well, I mean, in her defense, she's just like, you would be better off literally anywhere else. This might not be a good place for you to be.
Yeah.
Because him being here is like putting him in like range of the trouble and the danger.
Yeah.
She has a quote in book 6 about how, when her being the target makes her like the center of the bullseye and all of her friends are all around her. So like they
That was a
could
good
get
line.
hit. So she's like, I don't want you anywhere near the trouble I'm in.
That sounds about right.
I mean,
Kind of reminds me a little bit of in B, because Henry was kind of staying with Ari and her brothers, hiding out. And then, if I remember correctly, it's been a minute since I read it, but at one point Henry was like, maybe I should just leave. I'm causing you and your brothers all this trouble. And Ari's like, no, I want you here.
Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely those types of moments and vibes and everything.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like you want to read this book because you love the series, you love the characters, but at the same time, it's like you kind of want to procrastinate a little bit too because you're scared to finally read it. Like,
I get that.
I feel that way about the fourth book of B, and as well as getting to book 6 once I read book 5 in your series. I'm like, I want to read them really badly, but I also don't.
For
like,
what it's
I want to
worth,
spend time with these characters, but I don't want to know what happens.
for what it's worth, and when morning comes, the characters should theoretically, at this point, be getting some version of a happy ending.
Theoretically.
Most likely. Well, in all fairness, I didn't know what was going to happen to that one character at the end of B until I kind of got there in the writing process. And my mom still remembers when I went racing to her room and was like, I think this character dies. And she was like, what? And we were both like, I know. So, yeah, my writing tends to surprise me, and there's very little I actually plan out necessarily. So at this point, the character should be getting a happily ever after.
I mean,
Should. We'll hold you to that.
yeah. I definitely feel that because I feel like I'm not a plotter or a pantser. I'm kind of like a plancer. Like I feel like I plot the major things. But then there's a lot of like smaller things that come to me in the moment, and my writing and characters tend to surprise me several times. And there have been times where I did not realize that a character was going to die, and I was like, that happened with Kate in Jasmine Press. I did not set out for her to die, but in that moment, I was writing the scene, and I was like, and then all of a sudden she dies, and I'm like, that was upsetting, but also it kind of makes sense because I'm sorry, but this woman helped Jasmine, Jax, and Jenny escape. There was no way Lucas was going to let her live.
Oh, absolutely.
So it kind of happened, but it was devastating to write.
And I think part of the reason why it has such impact too is because while it makes sense, you don't anticipate it happening.
Yeah.
So you're like, oh my gosh, what just happened?
My mom is still not over it. I hear that from her at least once a month.
Yeah, the thing that happens at the end of book 6 is kind of like that too. I was like, I didn't initially intend for this to happen to this character, but this has to happen to somebody, and this is the character that it makes the most sense for it to happen to, so this is what we're going with.
I felt so bad because I was so suspicious of him.
You were so certain. You were so certain it was going to be that person who turned out to be the bad person, and then you was like,
so convinced. And then I was just like, oh. So not only is it like, oh my god, what happens to this character, but then there's this like added level of, I was so mean to this character. Oh my god.
You were like, I am so ready for you to turn out to be the bad guy, and oh, nope, it's somebody else. Oh no.
I feel like that happens a lot in like horror movies. Like there's always red herrings, but then all of a sudden the red herring dies. You're like, oh, so it wasn't that person after all.
Yep. I mean, I didn't intend for that character to be a red herring, but Ellie was just like so sure. It was so funny.
I had my reasons. They might not have been good reasons, but I had them.
No, it was great. Part of me wonders if, like, the reason you didn't pick up on the real bad guy was because you were so sure of this other person.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, I kind of, yeah. But also just because, I can't say stuff. Okay. We're just going to
DM me
bypass.
later. DM me later. We can talk
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. And then you have to let us know, Johara, when you reach that point so we can do, flagella arms and squeal at each other.
No, I need a play-by-play when you get to the big reveal in book 5. That's the one I'm most looking forward to right now.
Well, I'll definitely be messaging you when I feel things during that book. I'll be like, wait, this just happened? So
You'll know when you hit the big reveal. You'll know.
Yeah.
how did yours
When
Prince
the
Glenn?
book and the chapter share a title, you know something bad's about to happen. Like something is about to go down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, sorry, I was feeding the dogs, and
Yeah,
they
no
made
worries.
me
No, you're
they need to
good.
go outside. So yeah, I figured I could still hear you talking, so I came rushing back. But yeah, we're good.
Have you figured out what you're doing?
Oh no, still struggling.
Facepalm.
Yep, it's true. I think I'm getting closer. I managed to get rid of the footer, and so I've got that, but I'm still stuck with these headers that I can't seem to get rid of. So, yeah. So it's closer. Maybe next time we talk, I'll be like, ta-da! But who knows?
Yay! Let's go.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Cool. What does the rest of the day look like for you folks? Any big plans? Whoops.
Honestly, not really. I deliberately kept my schedule kind of open when we started talking about doing this kind of stuff. Not that I do much on Sundays, regardless, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
I usually try to keep my schedule open when we talk about doing these too, because knowing us, you never know how they can last.
I mean,
That is very
sometimes
true.
they last 2 hours, sometimes they last 7. Let's keep our options open.
Yes.
Uh,
I'll probably just be writing. I want to really try to get a good portion of the story done. I would like to say I want to finish the story, but that seems a little too much today. So that seems like I'm hoping for too much. So I'm not gonna hope to finish the story. I just want to hope to make a good dent in it.
Good.
I had hoped to finish this chapter during our sprints, but I'm looking at how long it already is, and I'm like, that's not going to happen. We are at 2,700 words, and we're still on the Russell section.
Ew.
Very nice.
I when I'm in the writing process, I tend to write really, really long chapters and then like look for places in them that sort of feel like a chapter break. That's how I do it for me.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
except I underwrite, so I always add more words during editing process, so this is going to get longer.
Gotcha.
Excellent.
I was like, this is an absolute win for me. I don't know what the problem is.
Well, I'm kind of in the same boat with this story. I was not expecting the story to be this long, but then when it took me forever even to get to Joe's introduction, I was like, this story's gonna be a monster.
Yeah. With When Morning Comes, I'm still fully anticipating that I might have to wind up breaking it into 2 separate books just because of how much there is. But I'm I'm waiting to finish writing it to fully decide that.
Yeah, that's definitely you need to have like the whole thing in front of you before you make this decision.
Definitely. That's what I'm doing
Well,
with this story, waiting till it's done to see if it should be a part of this collection or turning it into its own novella.
Yeah.
I mean, look at how far I am before,
That's amazing.
I very few major plot beats have happened. Most of this is just characters talking about certain things that went down before we met them.
Nice.
It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I finished the first part of When Morning Comes some months ago, and there's still like a couple things I need to add in terms of like transitions and scene intros and stuff like that. And that I think is already at like 230 something pages when it's actually like fully formatted. And I know there's at least going to be 2 other parts to this. At least there might be more. So it's quite, it might be bigger than an Impossible Dream.
Oh, fun.
Monsters. We're working on monsters.
Yes, apparently. Wait,
How many words are in Impossible Dream?
That is a fantastic question. My internet has been really crappy lately, so I
Don't
might
stress it.
need to
I
get back
just thought
to
if
you
you-
on that.
No, that's fine. Yeah, just let me know sometime. I'm curious now, but
I know that it's a 5x8, and it is like the book itself is like 781 pages with like a
Wow.
tiny font in order to meet KDP's age requirements.
right. Wow, brutal. Okay, so yeah, it's long.
yeah, when I was writing The Queen of Monsters, there was a time I thought I wondered, I wonder if I'm gonna have to split this into 2 or not. I didn't have to, thankfully, but it ended by. My biggest book before that was The Witch of Light, which was a monster of a book. It was like 760-ish pages. And then when I got like halfway into this book, I was like, because halfway, oh yeah, there's an Impossible Dream.
Nice
So
and
then,
chunky.
Doorstop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but yeah, and I was like halfway, I was like, wow, there's still so much that needs to be done. This might end up being my biggest book, and I turned out to be right, because this one ended up being like 808 pages, I think. So
Wow.
Book 6 is currently my longest book that I've written, and that's at about 80K words. So to kind of put this into perspective, Ellie, where I'm at currently is about right before the Masquerade started in book 6. So that's that, and I don't think I'm halfway.
Wow, that is awesome.
This is not awesome. This is terrifying.
It is great. I don't know what you're talking about. Where do I look on Google? I do not have my finished manuscript of An Impossible Dream on my computer. It's in a flash drive that's like out in the living room. So I was trying to look at the one version of it in Google Docs to try to get an idea, but I can't seem to figure out how to, on my computer, look up the amount of words.
There's not a simple word count tool in the toolbar. Let me see. Google Docs. Is that where you
for
are?
a word? I just have like.
I am so.
Yeah, in word processing, it's on the bottom of the page, so that's pretty.
Oh
easy,
yeah,
but-
it's nice in Word, right?
Yeah, right next to page
Yeah.
count.
Yeah, but I
But in
don't
Google
have a copy of
Docs,
the manuscript on my computer for Word. I don't think. Maybe I do. Do I? I do not. Okay.
don't stress it. I wasn't trying to.
Now I'm curious.
Well, you asked now. She's like, part of her is like, I have to know.
Alright, so there's page
Open the
numbers,
door.
right? So if there's page that isn't page numbers. That's how to insert page numbers.
Not including the chapter I'm currently working on. I'm like 36K in, and I feel like I'm probably about a third.
Ellie, you're in Google Docs?
Yeah.
Yeah. In your toolbar, file, edit, view, insert, format, go to tools, and you've got word count right there.
Oh, duh. So sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, so in this one version of the story, and things had been added to it. Like I believe there was a whole section that was already added to it after this, but the copy I have in Google Docs says, according to Google Docs, 226,286 words.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Monster.
What a big
Yeah.
mama.
Yeah. And then let's see, what is? Now I want to know when morning comes. What are we at through that one?
This is gonna be the next 5 minutes of Ellie's life.
Sorry about that.
You're fine. What about you? What's your longest book, Adam?
My first book that I never published, is like 250,000 words. It was high epic fantasy
Well,
mixed
yeah,
with
that tracks.
erotica. Pardon?
I said that tracks with that kind of word count.
Yeah, that's what I was shooting for. But it was like partly erotic fantasy, like some smutty moments. And I didn't when I went back and like re-edited it like a year ago after I've released all the other books, I didn't love the flow. I didn't love the like the sex just felt I don't know. I didn't love it as much as I love the books that I've written since it. So I may
Yeah.
never
You can
release
see
it.
like how far you've come as a writer.
Right. It felt more like practice for what I've released since then. You know what I mean? So yeah,
That's
so I
really
don't mind.
cool, though.
That's the biggest thing I've written. It's a complete story. I was really happy and had fun doing it. But again, it feels like, especially compared to my modern epic my most recent epic fantasy, which is also, you know, crazy. But it has no spice. It flows so perfectly, and I feel like this book is like the fantasy that I wanted to read when I was a kid. So yeah, I'm really happy with that one.
Awesome.
That's the most fun kind of write is
That
when
is
you know that like the you 10, 15 years ago would have loved it.
Oh my god, yeah, and let's go 25 years ago. Like I'm a little older. Like yeah, 15-year-old me would have loved this. I can see myself. I left comic books behind. I realized there were no stakes in comic books. I'd started reading books. I read Lord of the Rings. I read some sci-fi. And yeah, if I had a super queer epic fantasy book where humans were killing off all the magical species, I would have been like, what is going on? So yeah,
That
it
is
made me happy to
awesome.
write it. It made me happy to edit it. So yeah, I love this book.
Nice.
I imagine at like your events too, getting to see people's reaction like that has to be pretty thrilling too.
I recognize that my books are wildly niche, and so I just toss my hooks out there, and I'm like, books with drag queens and cannibals, and people either clutch their pearls and run away, or they're like, "I'm sorry, what did you just say to me?" Yeah,
Well, I mean
I'll just be like,
that's how
"Super
you
gay
know that
books
you
over
have it
here."
right.
What's that?
Yeah.
That's how you know that you're doing it right. Like you attract the people who are going to want to read it for what it actually is, and not the people who are, probably not going to enjoy it anyway.
Occasionally, people ask me if I'm going to put my books in stores, and I attempted a little bit, but now that I've got 10 novels, it feels like kind of ridiculous to try and be like, "Hey, can I take up an entire shelf of your bookstore?" That I don't want to do. Also, I don't know how my books would sell in a store compared to what I do at an event when I'm like
Yeah,
saying
I
all the
mean,
ridiculous things. Hey, gay robots and lesbian warriors in outer space with pugs. Like people are just like, "What the fuck did you just say to me?" Oh, sorry. What did you just say to me? And yeah.
I think it also
I-
depends on like the bookstore because if you can find those types of niche bookstores, right, that
yeah.
like match up to the stories that perfectly, I imagine that might be a completely different experience than going to some other type of bookstore sometimes.
There are a lot of independent bookstores up here in the Portland area, and a lot of them are niche in their own way. So yeah, if I found the right one, it would probably feel right and feel good. I think if there was like there are several queer owned bookstores up here,
Cool.
but my books are kind of extreme, and I would love for them to be in those stores, but they're over the top. They're sort of ridiculous. I feel like it's going to take time for more people to write crazy books like I've written to then be like, oh, okay, so this is like a thing. Like I know how niche my books are. I totally recognize it. They're wildly over the top, and uh, th- my books are drag queens in book form. That's totally what my books are, and not everybody's ready for that yet.
Well, I think your books are amazing.
Yes,
you,
and I love
Shara.
your description of them too.
I think it's fun.
I love Auntie Fag. Okay.
Oh my god, yes! One of my favorite
What's that? What?
characters.
I love Auntie Fag.
Oh my God, Auntie Peg. She's the drag queen who lives in me. Yeah, no, she's absolutely. Yep.
She is iconic. She is the moment. I love her.
Awesome. That makes me very happy. She's a wildly important character in the story, you know. So
Yes.
that's good stuff.
And I love when books kind of bring in like real world issues without actually talking about the issues. Like there's issues with drag queens right now. So instead of talking about the drag queen issues, you literally just have drag queens running an orphanage. They're like, so it's like throwing in their face, hey, drag queens are safe around kids without saying it.
Yep. I do tell people that when people are sort of more curious about what's going on in my books, I let them know that most of the books have some sort of like queer culture or queer relationship experiences or queer lessons that I'm just trying to express to the world that most people have never either heard of or come across before. And yeah, like you read Clownworm, and the whole thing about dead names and chosen names being so important. That's really huge in the queer community, and I feel like most people on the outside are like, but your name used to be Ted. Why can't I just keep calling you Ted? I want to call you Ted forever because I've always known you as Ted. Your name's Ted. My name's Sally now, you fucker. Like, yeah.
It's honestly not that hard because even if you're not, trans or queer or something, and let's just say you don't like your name and you want to be called a nickname, and you should be able to not be called your name, or if you don't like a nickname, and just want to be called your actual name, it's all about respect at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
what I feel like. If somebody
it shouldn't
tells
be that
you, hey,
hard to
this
call people what they ask you to call them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep,
Shouldn't be that complicated.
Yep. If somebody says it, just okay, sure. Yep.
Exactly. I always have some sort of queerness and feminist sort of stuff in my books as well.
Yeah.
There's some tomfoolery with names in my books too. It's more recently become kind of a thing. So.
Nice.
Well, yeah, no, I think that makes sense. The more that different elements of other type of culture become more mainstream, then I think we can all celebrate them in different ways that we'd never thought about before. So yeah, love it. I mean, even like back to drag. Drag is getting bigger and bigger. There's more and more things accepted as the drag community. It's not just female impersonation, which is what it was when I was young and doing performance art that was really queer and not quite drag, but now people are doing stuff that I used to do and calling it drag, and that makes me so happy. Like, yeah, it gets bigger and bigger. And I feel like that's the same thing with names. People are starting to understand that. The idea of gender, I know it's really important, again, in the queer community, but I think people on the outside are starting to see it more and experience it, and yeah, having it in pop culture, in literature, in media, all of that's so important.
Yeah, and I feel like it's like all of it is coming more to a head, and I feel like it's in some ways some of it's being more accepted and more understood, and I feel like it always is like one at a time. Like first it was the gays and lesbians, and then like then now it's like trans and non-binary and drag queens being more accepted, and I see like the little Arrow Ace representation we see on media.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, it's slowly coming, but I feel like so much of it can be misrepresented, and it annoys me. And I write Arrow Ace characters a lot these days because after finding out that I've discovered my own asexuality, and it really annoys me whenever because it's like asexual is one thing, aromantic's another, and you can be both, but you can also be just one or the other. But so much of it is people assume that if you're one, you're the other. Like I've seen so much representation on media where they're like saying this character is asexual, not aromantic, yet they're describing what it means to be aromantic. And I'm like, you can just say they're Arrow Ace, but if they are just asexual, then you have to understand that they might still want romance, just maybe not with the sex. And it's like, it's very widely misinterpreted at the moment. And I feel like there's slowly starting to be more representation. And so hopefully we can start getting it more understood. Because I feel like when you started seeing gay, lesbians, trans, whatever representation on media, it's always misrepresented at first because they don't understand it fully. And then after they start showing it more, it starts getting represented correctly. So I'm just waiting for the day for Arrow Ace people.
I think you putting your own personality and your representation into your work is what's going to help other people. You know, I want drag to be seen important as an important thing. You want Arrow Ace to be recognized. And we are the people who are going to help everybody else figure out how to do it right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
Somebody's got to write the first bestseller with that stuff in it. So as soon as that happens.
I feel like it's like a viral post. We'll all keep writing books, and somebody will get a famous book, and we'll all be like, "How? What? How did that? What? Where did it go? How did that happen?" You know what I mean?
Like I don't know if you guys have seen the newer Monster High TV show. Um, it's on Paramount Plus. I really love it. It has so much representation for all kinds of people.
Oh, cool.
So if you want some representation, definitely check that out. Highly recommend. But there is an Arrow Ace character introduced. And there's an episode, I think in season 2, that's a Valentine's episode. And instead of focusing on couples in that episode, they focus on this Arrow Ace character and him being comfortable with the fact that he doesn't have anyone for this day and that he's okay
Nice.
with that.
Nice. Yeah.
Love how they had a Valentine's episode focusing on how it's okay to not want that. I felt like it's very important for people and kids.
That's awesome. Yep. Absolutely.
Those kinds of things are actually kind of fun to write when you have this like traditionally romantically viewed thing through the perspective of someone who isn't engaged in it in that way. You know, because I had like school dances where I had to have that where a couple characters kind of had to have that conversation of like, I don't want this aspect of it. So, and I think they found like a kind of a fun solution for them to make that work. I don't want to say too much because you'll read it, Johan, and you'll be like, oh, this is cute.
But yeah, representation is very important.
You just gotta let people be people, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
It shouldn't be that complicated.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Some people overcomplicate things, I swear. Like I'm loving the couple in A Dance of Bow and Blade at the moment. Okay, they're so cute, and I'm loving them. And it's like they haven't even interacted that much, but you can already tell that they're on each other's minds. And I'm so excited for more of them.
It was a lot of fun to write Robin and Art.
You guys want to do another sprint?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm close to figuring this out. So I'm happy to dive back into what I'm doing. So let's do this. Yeah.
Yay.
We'll be
I
around.
expect good news then.
We'll see. We'll see. All right. See you in a bit.
Hello.
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 Hello. How did your guys' sprints go?
Pretty good.
Making progress? Happy with what's going on? Yeah.
In a twisted way, yes.
I mean, I'm happy with where we're at, but I don't think anybody else is. I started the Fethra section, but he's like stalling on me.
Oh, that's always fun.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't make too much progress. I'm still stuck on the scene where she's like forming some booby traps. I did get a good amount done. She sets out a couple things. Roxanne and Joan are now, just like, what the heck is going on? Because Khaleesi's like not talking and just doing all this random stuff that seems kind of insane unless you were her.
I imagine that's be pretty fun to have Joan and Roxanne kind of in the same boat of just like love watching her doing this, going, "Do you know what she's doing now? Do you know what she's doing now?"
Oh my
I
God.
imagine Joe's just sitting there like, oh, she's still like this.
Some things never change.
Roxanne would be like, has she always been like this? And Joan would be like, yeah. And Roxanne would be like, yeah, nothing's changed. She still does this crap. Just reminisce over the fact that the girlfriend they both had at different times is a lunatic sometimes.
Always fun when the past girlfriend and the current girlfriend can bond like that.
How did your sprint go?
I still haven't gotten rid of the header, but I think I've found a workaround that I think I'm happy with. So
Okay, that's
I've
good.
progressed. I've moved
Woos.
forward. Yeah.
Yeah, in this scene, I think I'm almost done with her putting up booby traps, but something feels missing, and I don't know what that is.
Oh, interesting.
I'm sure Ellie will have a great deal of fun being like, this is what this scene needs. Because she's very good at that.
Oh, thank you. I always welcome any spoilers, any snippets, any sneak peeks. I will take them all.
Well, if I can't figure it out, I might just continue writing and then send it to her and be like, okay, let me know what you think is missing.
Gladly.
She's just waiting for this story.
Oh yeah, very much so. I am glad that the last novella was not the last time we get to see Joan.
Yes, surprisingly enough, you get to see her one more time. I was not expecting this, but Joan was like, you know what? I'm not done yet. I was like, okay.
Always fun when characters do that.
Yeah. But I also feel like this is good for even not just Kalista, but also Roxanne, because like Roxanne's always lived with this ghost of a memory of this girl that Kalista used to love so much, never feeling like she was like could match up. And then Kalista obviously never truly got closure from that. So I feel like this entire thing will be good, not only for Kalista, but for Roxanne and their relationship moving forward.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to give the characters closure to give readers closure too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very much so.
I don't think Ellie ever had closure with Joan.
I did not. Those scenes. There's the one with the rose in particular that's like such a like when it's turned into a movie, they have to have that like close up of the rose, and then the very end, which I won't spoil for anybody, but the agony.
Plot twist: we do these streams just to see Ellie just have a bad time. It's great.
it feels like When Morning Comes is a lot about that idea of the closure and everything.
Mm.
It's nice. It's just getting to the closure part. The part I'm at right now with the part I've been writing, which might be coming to an end, is where the misunderstanding is beginning to come into play, and it doesn't help that this particular older brother is not the best at communicating to begin with. So Mabel's starting to get a bit upset, and he's not like even fully realizing it.
Wow.
And their father is like trying to play mediator, thinking, "Oh my God, their mother was so much better at this than I am." And yeah, so it's lovely family drama.
That's always fun.
You're good at that. I mean, there's also Ari and her brothers.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Ari and her brothers. Ooh.
I'm so scared for that. And you're making it worse.
That tone. That is not a tone that says good things. That is a bad things are gonna happen tone.
Especially with her older brother and her, because for as much as there's going to be closure in this book, there's also going to be the reality of sometimes you don't quite get the closure.
Yeah. Is it the brother I'm thinking of? The one that really had issues with her, that was kind of against everything that was happening?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was interesting in writing B because when I was first writing it, she had more issues with Wells than she did Nick. And then over the course of writing it, it became Nick that was like the main antagonist of the brothers. And by the end of B, I was actually surprised that she and Wells actually wound up in a better place.
Yeah.
It was a wild ride.
Sibling dynamics are fun to write.
Yeah. Oh my God. A Dance of Bow and Blade. I had a really fun time writing the dynamic of Kai, Art, and Morgan, because Morgan and Kai are Art's half sisters, but she grew up with Kai, who was like, and both of them were raised in what I refer to as the new ways. And Morgan comes from the side of the family that's like from the old ways. And Morgan has just recently reconnected with Art at the beginning of the story. So you have this like amazing dynamic between these three sisters. That's just been like so fun to explore. Horrible for Art, but fun for the writer.
Yeah, there was a scene I already came upon in that. I don't remember exactly how it was phrased, but it was somewhere around the lines where Morgan was saying, like, when are you going to trust me the way you trust Art? Or not phrased like that, but something similar. And yeah, I could definitely feel the tension there.
I've been enjoying in Tower of Memory series the dynamic between Seraphina and Jarek, and getting to see that kind of grow and develop has been really fun.
It is. Well, I mean, Jarek has kind of like single-handedly elected to be like, you're going to be the closest thing I ever have to an older sister, so I'm going to treat you as such. And Seraphina's just like, I'm so glad I am an only child.
Oh, yeah.
Especially after seeing, the issues Celica is having with her brothers right now.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be...
Yeah, that.
Poor Celica. Oh my God, there was during the challenges, and
oh yeah,
the way you wrote that was so well done. Where like, I hope this doesn't spoil anything. I'm sorry. You don't really see the interactions that are going on between these characters, but you know the interactions that are going between these characters. Just
yeah. We're going to see more of them. We're going to see more of the twins for sure.
Interesting. Because, like, where I'm at, you haven't really seen Celica's brothers that much. They're kind of just
Not-
there.
Yeah, not too much, but they're around.
Yeah. I loved writing Isabella and Henry's relationship.
Yeah. And you open with like quite a bang with that in Realm of Monsters too.
Thank you. I really liked having this, like, these siblings that are adopted, and it's like different than like if a human is adopted, because unless you like adopt someone from like a completely different race, a lot of times people can't always just look at you and be like, oh yeah, you know, they're not actually siblings or whatever. And so like she's a witch and he's a cyclops. Like it's so clear that, you know, he's adopted. And I just really liked writing their dynamic because Isabella's very protective of Henry for a few different reasons. But I also love writing Henry's arc in the third book where he was trying to like be like, I love you and I know you mean well, but I also need, you know, to fly on my own a little bit. And it was such a great arc to write.
It's a great arc.
Overprotective siblings is a vibe for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do you explore like some of Roxanne's relationships with her siblings in the one short story where Callista goes to the mortal realm to meet the family? Or like when they come to the monster realm for the party?
A little bit, yeah. I do plan to. Honestly, with the Roxanne and her going to the mortal realm so Callista can meet them, I might add more to that because I feel like I was focusing so much on like Callista and Roxanne's relationship and Roxanne trying to figure out how to tell family that I want to add more scenes with Roxanne's family so you can get more of a vibe of her relationship with everyone. So I might add more to that, but they will be coming back for the birthday party chapter as well. So that'll be fun to be able to explore even more about her relationship with them. Because she has a very big family, and so she has like different relations with different siblings. I hope I kind of got the vibe in the chapter I already wrote, where like some of them you could tell how close they are. Some of them Roxanne's just completely annoyed with.
That feels so realistic.
Yeah, that tracks.
And yeah, I hope to get like more into that, as well as her relationship with her parents.
Mm. Parental relationships are an interesting one to explore too.
Yeah.
And I've enjoyed the way all three of you talk about that in your books.
I do not have a close relationship with my family, so I write about found family, and that's my focus. But yeah, not.
Yeah, it was thinking about Lahari, was it, and the Mystic?
Yes.
Am I right? Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my gosh, yes. I love their family so much.
They're so cute.
Do you find that dealing with something like found family versus biological family, like that there's like how much of a difference do you experience in writing one versus the other?
I don't know if you remember this tiny detail, but Lahari's mother was terrible. Like I can't help but make somebody in a biological family horrible to somebody else because that's to me the reality of it.
I feel the same way.
Yeah, families tend to be pretty crappy to each other. So even if the Mystic and his daughter have a very close relationship, and her stepfather with Thalen, his the Mystic's husband, they're all close. I had to have some relationship in her life that was terrible. It just had to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, when people are like, "Oh, well, you have to love them because they're your, bio family," I'm like, "That's a recipe for toxicity," is what that is.
That is exactly
absolutely.
right.
And I imagine with like found family, a lot of that is oftentimes I'm choosing you versus biological family, which in a lot of cases is sort of depending on like the age of the characters or the circumstances. I'm kind of stuck with you.
Yep. Yep. How come I have to be friends with these people just because we share DNA? Like, what?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love Found Family. I love reading it. I love writing it.
It's always fun to write and explore people who choose each other and why they choose each other, you know?
Yeah.
And that could be for, any number of reasons, really.
I agree.
I love the Found Family and the Mantis series, the Mantis Clan series.
Yes.
How close they all became, and I absolutely love it. Like, they just really formed a family, and they're there for each other, especially since most of their own family kind of sucked.
I loved in book 2, I think it was book 2, when they were dealing with the death of that one particular character who I will not spoil, and the way they were all there for each other but like honored her memory. That was so great.
I have still not recovered, okay?
And I'm very sorry. And you know me, she's never coming back. Like,
You don't sound sorry. You don't sound sorry in the slightest.
She was my favorite in the first book. I'm not gonna lie. I fell in love with her, and I was not expecting that, and I have not recovered.
Yep. That character is very close to my heart, even though I don't get to write her in the other books. Like, the little harken back to her in book 5 when they're all talking about her again was so much fun to write, just to have that little memory moment. Yeah. And the memorial that they do in book 2 for her is
yeah.
she was a big part of that. I mean, she basically started the Found Family, you know.
She did.
Yeah. But I love that even if she doesn't like come back, her memory is still there.
Yeah.
The reality of that. And, like, as a reader, having loved that character in particular, it's just nice to kind of, I don't know, you get to kind of grieve with the other characters.
Yep. And the fact that she lived in my head and now she lives in all of your heads too is pretty awesome.
It's so nice when other people can finally hear the little voice inside your brain.
It
Yeah.
is.
I loved her dynamic with Dozy. They might have been one of my favorites.
Dozy feels very Ace Arrow if we're discussing that. She's just down to business. She's got people she's got to take care of. She's pragmatic. She's practical. Yeah. She's I hate to say that anybody's safe in my worlds because I like to think that I could kill off anybody at any time. But we've talked about Ani Peg, we've talked about Dozy. There are certain people that are probably never going to go away in my world, you know.
I feel a little bit better continuing the series now. Thank you.
What's that?
I feel a little bit better now continuing the series. Don't have to worry about getting too close to the character or anything.
Well, have you finished book 2 already?
I finished book 2. I still have book 3 on my PBR, and I'm hoping to get to that by the end of the year.
Take your time. I like the moment at the end of book 2 where you think I'm going to do the same thing and it's completely different.
Yeah.
That moment. I had other people telling me they were crying at that moment for the opposite reason of the first book. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. One of the things I love about your Mantis Clan series is also the like little moments between characters. There was that part in book 2 with the like making the earrings and everything, and I love those types of moments between characters.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad.
Especially in like a world like the one you set up in the Mantis Clan.
One of the reasons why I love Agrel so much is because in like you do have this world is kind of awful, but I feel like has so much hope and love in her heart. And even though she has seen stuff, she came from basically a cult. And it's like, but she believed in people, and I think that's what attracted some people like Dozy or Lyra, and then Lahari. And I loved her relationship with Lahari as well. Like one of their first interactions. It's been a while since I read the first book, so correct me if I'm wrong. But if I remember correctly, like one thing that I absolutely loved was like when they first met, it was kind of in like the darkness, and Lahari was afraid to show herself. And then when she finally did, Agro was like, "I think you look amazing," and it was just like that sort of thing about Agro that I absolutely love. Is like she took one look at Lahari, who most people would probably feel disgusted at first or something, and was just like, "You're beautiful," and I just absolutely love that.
There was
So
definitely
sweet.
there was definitely a lot of trauma healing with writing her character. I grew up in a very cultish environment. My family is still hyper religious. My parents are missionaries. Like, yeah, and I am an atheist. I don't believe in anything at all. Like, I think all of that's madness. So, just being that disparate from my immediate family, yeah, it was healing to be like, we're gonna have her break out. She's gonna be so like uplifted from her own escape basically, but not like cocky about it, you know what I mean? Like she just had to
definitely comes across.
had to make things better for other people. That was, and that's what I felt like leaving that environment as a child, as a young, well, old teenager, young adult, getting out into the world and being like, I could make the world better by not being part of this thing. That's what Agro's doing also. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a character who's kind of on that journey, who's, you know, in a different environment than the one he grew up in, is finally starting to like click for him how bad his old environment actually was.
Yeah. It's hard to tell until you're out of it a lot of times.
Honestly, yeah.
I mean, especially when you're, you know, at the age that he was when this happened, which was like around 14, 15-ish, to kind of have that thought of like, oh,
Yep.
my parents are actually horrible people.
Yep. Surprise.
And to just kind of have that moment of realization and realize, oh, fudge.
I feel like that's pretty realistic too. Like so many times when you're in it, you don't see how toxic it is until you take a step back and you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Whether it's a relationship or a job, a career you've had that sucks, like, and you leave and you're like, oh my God, I feel so much better now. Like, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you get desensitized to it. And if it's, you know, the only environment you've ever known, then you're just like, oh yeah, this is just how things are.
Yep.
What do you mean nobody else has to deal with this? What do you mean no other household behaves this way?
Right. I totally thought everybody was living under this like weird religious, you know, control thing that I was in my childhood. Thought that was all of us. Wait, there are other religions out there? What? Like, yeah, my brain was exploding as a little kid realizing stuff. So.
Wow. That must have been hard.
It helped shape me to the person I am. I do my best not to be intimidating because I know it can be very intense from that upbringing. I try to be way more accepting than anything I grew up being part of, you know, so yeah, I definitely have taken a lot of the things and been like, let's do the opposite of all those things.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're great. I love talking to you.
Thank you.
I always enjoy to have you on these.
Fabulous to be connected with all of you. I love talking with other writers. I've got my writers, my local writers group meet up. What day is it? Wednesday. This Wednesday, I'll be meeting up with them for our evening thing. I love it. It's so much fun. It's once a month. We just get together at a local bar and we all bring our laptops with the intention of like writing together, but it usually turns into like a Kiki Gab session and we just chat the whole time. It's fun. Only a couple people drink, but there's like kombucha and stuff on draft. It's a really cool little place and the food's really good. So yeah, we have a good time.
Nice.
And we
That
get to
sounds
talk
like
shop.
a lot of fun.
Yep.
Is that what is like because I know you're co-writing with another author, right? Are they
Yep.
part of that same like writers group as well?
Yes, indeed. Yep.
Nice.
We have our regular meetings that she and I are doing all the time. Uh-oh, we glitched. Are we okay?
You're back.
I lost everybody for a second.
Yeah, we lost you for a couple seconds, but you're back.
I'm back. Okay. Whee! Yes, I don't know if you heard me. Yes, she's usually there, and we'll often like sneak a few little tidbits of like what we were working on while the rest of the group is all hanging out and talking. But yeah, no, it's a very fun group. And
That's cool.
when I was struggling, the stuff in the Sapphic novel that I had you read, Johara, I brought it to them, and I was like, "This is what my editor said. This is what I've done. This is what I feel. What do you all think?" It's that kind of thing. Or if somebody has writer's block, they'll tell us what they're stuck on or whatever. So it's a good community environment thing. It's great. Yeah.
Nice.
That's really cool. Are they all published authors too? Like, do you guys do some of the same selling events?
Yes and no. There are 3 or 4 of us who have multiple books published. There's one person who has an agent and is trying to go traditional and has not, is in that trenches of that. One person is still in the middle of writing her first manuscript and hasn't actually finished her first draft, but we've tried to make it as just accepting and welcoming as possible. So anybody I meet who's like, I'm writing a book, I'm like, come hang out with us, So it's like all the time.
That's awesome.
And yes, to answer the other side of the question, yes. Last night, in fact, one of the other authors from my group was at the event that I did last night. So we were both there. She was at the other side of the building, so it was kind of like the 2 authors were separated. And oh, there's books over here. Oh, there's books over here too. So. But it was like an adults only, like late night goth rainbow market that I do pretty frequently. Oh, it's so much fun. Yeah.
Nice.
That sounds like an absolute delight.
Yeah.
It's fun time. Yeah, and of course we hang out. We went and got a coffee at the beginning of the market together. I helped her set up one of the stands is more difficult to set up than other stuff, so I helped her do that, whatever. So yeah, it's fun. I love doing events. I love connecting with people. And yeah, when I've got another author in the group, it's cool. I don't typically like to do book events, like library author events. My books are so freaking niche that I do way better at all the Pride events and all the horror markets. People are like, wait, you've got crazy cannibal stuff happening? Yes, give me your books. But every time I go there, where's your romance book? It's coming. It's just this is all madness. This is all chaos and people eating each other. Sorry.
I mean, depending on one's definition of romance.
Well, yeah, I suppose if you're into that sort of thing. Have you seen The Return of the Living Dead? Speaking of horror movies, I heard you talking about horror movies earlier. Have you seen Return of the Living Dead?
I haven't, no.
Okay, it's an 80s horror movie. It's sort of a reaction to all the zombie movies of the 70s. And it's funny. It takes the zombie trope and flips it on its head really beautifully. And one of the main characters has this moment where I love her. Linnea Quigley is the actress. She has this moment where she's like, she's like punk rock. She's like me. She's got dyed hair. She's a lunatic, and she's like, "Do you ever fantasize about being killed?" And it's awesome. Yeah. So yeah, of course. Yep. There are people who are into it. And definitely watch that movie. It's so good. Like, so good.
I just rewatched Nightmare on Elm Street 3 with my mom and sister.
Oh,
My
Tree
mom and I-
Warriors. Yes. That's
My mom
awesome.
and I have seen them like a million times. My sister has gone to horror movies this year, so I've been showing her a bunch of my
good.
favorites, and we finally
Yes.
found Nightmare on Elm Street on a streaming platform, so now we're showing her those.
Awesome.
So we just watched the third one, it literally ended like 5 minutes before the spread started. Okay.
Awesome.
So we just barely finished it when they started, and I had a blast. Dream Warriors is one of my favorites of the franchise. It was so good.
Yep. I mean, it's got oh shoot, what's her name?
Nancy?
No, not Nancy. No, the blonde from Splash and from Blade Runner.
Kristen.
Yeah. Well, I can't remember her actors. Anyways, she's
It's,
fabulous. Yes. Whatever.
My mom just told me the name because it's Patricia Arquette. Because my mom told me she's the sister of
Is that who it is?
I can't remember his name in real life, but David Arquette.
I gotta look it up. Let's see if you're right, because now I'm
Curious Googling.
having my crazy doubts. Oh, okay, yes. Oh, you're talking about the other girl who is awesome. You're right. She's totally awesome. I was talking about Daryl Hannah. Daryl Hannah's in it, and she was in a bunch of big movies at that point. Sorry. Yes, great actress, and yeah, same thing. Sorry. Did you wait? So wait, you watched 3? Did you watch 1 and 2 with your sister?
Yes.
Awesome. Number 2, to me, that one's so close to my heart because the main actor is so gay. Like he's so gay, and the actor, not just the character he's playing is supposed to be straight, but the actor is so gay that you don't believe his straight. Like it's, oh my god, it's so good. He's so gay. That is there's a moment in like queer history with that movie where all of us were like, yay! And he was like, no, I'm straight, and we're all like, what's happening here?
Sure, buddy.
Yeah, that's a good one. 2's a good one because it's not as good. 2 is good because it's worse than the first one, you know? Oh man, that's fun.
Yeah.
What other movies have you been watching with her?
See, we watched all the Scream movies.
Of course.
Of course, we watched Truth or Dare with Lucy Hale and Ouija.
Yeah. Oh wow, Ouija. That's a unique one. Okay, all right.
I love that movie so much. What else did we watch? I had her watch all the Conjuring movies. Those were the first ones I had her watch.
Oh, excellent. Yes,
And
those are great. Those are great.
we just her birthday passed like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and I took her to see the new one that is in theaters.
Oh
so
yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
Awesome. Do you two watch horror movies as well?
No,
I'm not really. I'm pretty much scared of my own shadow. So
Okay.
we did. My mom and I just watched Something Wicked This Way Comes, and there was an entire scene where I spent like this, and my mom was
Oh
like,
my
"No, I'm
God.
gonna have nightmares." My mom's really good at the whole "don't look, okay, now you can look" type of deal.
That's so funny. I was gonna say that Something Wicked This Way Comes is a great gateway horror to get you into like the lower. No, but if you can't handle that, then yeah.
I didn't even watch. I think the most recent season of Stranger Things. My brother was like, "Yeah, you shouldn't watch that." So
That's
I'm
funny.
bad when it comes to horror.
I'll be honest. I write scarier things than I'm comfortable
Then
watching.
you can watch. Okay, all right, fair enough. That's cool.
my mom's not as into horror as I am. She watched Nightmare on Elm Street and Scream, and because she watched those were the first ones I watched, and then I just fell in love with them. So my aunt, who was way more into horror, introduced me into more horror. So I end up showing her some horror. So
Nice.
she's a little bit more into horror now than she used to be, but she still has to watch some scenes between her fingers. Like like I said, we were watching Dream Warriors, and one death that she hates that I love, I can watch through it without closing my eyes, is Philip's death.
Is Philip the one who gets sucked down like through the bed portal?
No, that was Joey. Philip is the
That's
one
Joe.
who Freddie.
Oh, the
treated
marionette?
like a puppet. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, that was brutal, but such a good scene. My mom cannot watch it though. She loves the movie, but she's always like this.
That's good stuff.
For me, the gorier the better. Maybe that's why I like your book so much.
Yeah, some things are a little bit more unhinged, and than other things, and yeah, that I like. I'll put on like the goriest shit while I'm cooking dinner. You know what I mean? Like,
Like,
There's
my mom can't eat while watching horror movies, but I can.
Did you ever watch Supernatural, Adam?
I did, yeah.
Love that show.
Yeah, that got pretty gory sometimes.
That was too much for you.
It wasn't
Have you
too
ever
gory.
seen-
It's just there were times where we were like, "Oh, okay, that's a lot of blood, sure."
Have you ever watched Bones,
Which one
the
is
TV
Bone?
show?
It's a crime.
Emily Deschanel. It's like a
investigating
science
show.
show. Yeah.
I might have seen a couple episodes.
To me, they don't show the gore in that show, but every time they came upon like a dead body, like discovering the dead body, like my brain was like, that's a real body. They're using real corpses in this show. Like That
Oh my
looked
God.
real as hell. Like, yeah, that show is full of what I wouldn't describe as gore necessarily, but is really gory at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, totally wild.
That's the one with
I mean, the premise is that it's, they're trying to solve murders based off bodies that aren't exactly whole anymore. There's very little that's left of them, usually just bones, hence the title.
Yeah, yeah.
that's the one with David Boreanaz from Buffy, right?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yep. That's
Yeah,
the one.
I actually did start it not that long ago. I'm not very far in though. I'm on like episode 3 or something.
Yep. I enjoyed it. I watched a bunch of it. I thought it was fun, but yeah, that's just an example of gore in a different way, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll have to check that out. I know that there's certain things in particular that really, really freak me out. Things with mirrors for some reason are one of them. But another one is I don't know if any of you guys have watched Orphan Black, but there's like this whole thing about sewing their mouth shut and stuff like that. And that's where I'm like, nope, no can do.
You would not be able to handle Ouija. That's a huge part of Ouija.
So it's actually been interesting to try to write Uncanny Encounters, because it is supposed to. I don't know if it would fully classify as horror, but it's definitely touching on some of those things that I find more unsettling. And there's like the one part in the car where I compared the imagining of the ghost as the girl from The Ring.
Oh,
And I was writing that at like 2 or 3 in the morning, pitch black room, mirror on the other side, and I'm just like, this was a mistake.
That's funny. That's good stuff.
I love to watch horror movies at night with all the lights turned off. It makes it more fun.
That's the best way to watch a horror movie.
That's one definition of the word fun, I suppose.
I mean, at least for me, horror movies don't really scare me. I mean, they might spook me a little if it's my first time watching it. Like, I'll be on the edge of my seat, not even sure what's going to happen. But when I'm rewatching, it's like, I've seen it before, and I'm fine. And even the first time isn't even that bad. Maybe it's because I've been watching horror movies from a very, very, maybe too young of an age. So,
yeah, that's the usual story.
So I like to turn off all the lights and up the spook factor as much as I can because they don't scare me. So I'm like, let's just make it as scary as possible.
Yeah. That's kind of my joy of watching a horror movie. I want to have that moment of like, oh God, what's that? No, I want to be scared. I want to have that
exactly.
Moment. Yeah, yep.
I think part of my problem is things get stuck in my head, and then like 3 to 5 years down the line, I will have this like flash back to that moment and be like, okay, now I'm terrified again, and this is not fun. I'm trying to remember what it was called, and my brain is blanking. Something County, and it was like a play on a famous horror writer's stories. It's gonna bug me that I can't remember it. It was really good, but there were
Lovecraft Country. Yes, yeah. Lovecraft County or whatever it was called. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And there was a couple moments in that had me like, okay. I know that it's Russell, right? That's like into like horror movies and stuff.
Well, Seraphina's into like ghost kind of creepy kind of horror movies, or just like absolute cheese fest B monster movies, like the very fake giant spider eating people kind of movies.
Heck yeah.
Whereas Russell is more like slashers and zombie flicks.
Do you find that difficult to write as somebody who is not into writing horror movies, like not into watching horror movies yourself?
Well, here's the thing. My brain kind of differentiates like monster flicks from like horror movies. So like to me, like Dracula, which is one of the ones referenced the most, isn't really a horror flick. It's just Dracula, so it's fine. But the rest is more like
funny. I see what you're saying.
And I know that may be kind of like a weird distinction, but that's just how my brain functions. And
Well, I don't think
Russell
that's-
does kind of like reference a lot of that stuff, but because we're not getting like explicit details, I can kind of get away with fudging bits and pieces. But if you've heard of some of this stuff before, you might be able to piece together like, oh, he's talking about this thing, or this poster is probably for this movie that she's describing, or you know, like he gets a version of the Necronomicon as like a journal for his birthday. So that's like the kind of vibe there. So it's fine.
Nice.
Well, and like I was saying about gateway horror, like Something Wicked This Way Comes. I feel like to me Dracula is definitely horror in my opinion. I get what you're saying about
I
it.
think it depends on the adaptation.
Well,
Some are scarier than others.
Well, yeah, no, that's the thing is I don't think that horror necessarily has to be scary. Jaws is absolutely a horror movie. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, Steven Spielberg. Oh, big production value. No, it's a fucking horror movie because it's a monster movie. You've got a monster coming after people.
If you
It
have
doesn't matter
people
that
in
there
your
are moments
story
of
who are
drama. It
actively
may be
scared
drama
of being
also.
murdered horribly, it's a horror flick.
It's a horror flick. It's a horror flick, yeah. And I feel like Dracula, just in who he is automatically horror, even if he's presented not in a scary way. Same thing with Frankenstein. Frankenstein is horror, even if it's presented in a very sort of empathetic perspective of the monster or whatever, like we've sometimes have seen. If it has a certain quality, it falls into this category of horror automatically, even if it has other things. Like that to me is it. Like, yeah.
And that's kind of fair too. But I mean,
like Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park is horror. Even if nobody calls it horror, it's horror. It's a monster movie.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Because depending on how one kind of views it, all of Tower of Memories is a little bit creepy. Like, and part of that's intentional.
I have arachnophobia too, just so you know, so that chapter was fun.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
I put on the movie Arachnophobia this morning to have playing in the background.
I mean, because you have to remember, like, Dragon Tower is actively haunted. There is an actual ghost that, like, makes stuff move on its own, and, like, stuff goes weird, and there's sometimes, like, chills, and, like, they're just like, yeah, this is fun. But I mean, and that's part of where their love of horror movies kind of came from, is like, what kind of person looks like an actual haunted building and goes, this is home?
Yeah.
It's like, probably horror fans.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
People look at me like I'm crazy when I say that The Conjuring is my comfort film.
No, I feel you. Horror can definitely be comforting. I absolutely agree with that.
He understands.
Big time.
I feel like that's something that only people who like horror movies can, not just like horror movies, but have to like love horror movies to understand. Because even if you like horror movies, sometimes you're like, how is this movie comforting? The whole point is that it's supposed to be scary. But if you love it enough that you see it like a million times, it is kind of comforting. Like,
Yep.
I could see that. I mean, there's some like really, really sad movies that I would probably consider, or like really depressing stuff that I'm like, yeah, this is comforting to me. So yeah,
I kind of view that as like, you know, how some people just like really like space food, and for them, they're like, comfort, everything's gonna be okay dish might be a super spicy one, and other people are like, I'm not really into that. So
Yep.
that's kind of how I view it,
yeah.
if that makes any sense.
it does. I'm kind of like, what exactly would you say is the parameters for what classifies as horror?
That's an interesting
Me?
question.
Who you asking? Sorry.
Anybody.
Oh, okay.
Anybody at all. Just I'm interested in just the discussion of like this idea that if it's a monster flick, it can count as horror. Is there a point at which a monster flick would no longer count as horror?
To me, a monster
No,
flick is
It's always
like
horror.
a movie or something that is based almost exclusively on the monster itself. Like, that is the thing that we are following. It's not really about the human characters. They're kind of just set dressing. You know, a way to let the monster do the monster's thing.
Okay.
But to me, a horror movie is about and this is going to sound kind of cheesy, but it is kind of like just how it makes you feel, you know, if it makes you not even feel scared, but, you know, just kind of triggers those kind of like parts of your brain that's like, I want adrenaline or I want like, you know, something. I don't know.
See, for me, it's like there's for every genre there's subgenres. Horror's no different.
Right.
So
Mhm.
like there
Yep.
are slashers, there are thrillers, which a lot of people don't classify thriller as horror because they're like it's thriller. Like thriller is a form of horror though. It's because thriller
Okay.
is like all the jump scares and very few deaths or blood and gores. And it's like so it really depends. Like monster flicks is like a subgenre of horror. So it is in there. It's just a subgenre. So like I feel like a lot of people when they picture horror, they picture death after death, blood and gore, but it's not always that simple. There are different versions. Like a thriller movie could be just as good, and it's still horror.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have science fiction horror crossovers like Alien and
Right.
Event Horizon in particular. Um, I feel like you're definitely right that the genre is there, and that's why to me horror is a big umbrella term that covers a lot more than most people give it credit for.
Exactly.
Most
Okay.
people don't want to say they like horror, but there's probably some horror that they actually like, and that's the point. They want to call it
Yeah.
elevated horror. They want to like make it something that it's oh, this is better than horror. And there's a lot of directors who are like, oh no, I directed a horror movie, but I'm not a horror director. I do other stuff too. And
Interesting.
I don't know. I think that horror should be celebrated and that it's
Yeah, I can see
bigger
that.
and broader than most people want to acknowledge it being. That there are like Jaws, there are and Jurassic Park, there are massive horror hits that no one will call horror, but absolutely fall under the umbrella of horror.
What exactly is, because I've seen this term going around, and I think there was something I watched recently that technically falls under this. It's body horror?
Oh,
Yeah.
body horror is the Mantis variant.
Okay.
Body horror
Okay.
is horror that focuses on
It's
either,
when
like,
you
in
make
my
the human
book-
body do stuff it's not supposed to be doing.
yes,
Basically.
yeah, that's a great way to describe it. Yeah, the body gone wrong.
Okay, interesting.
And
Okay,
there
so
are-
I guess there is versions of horror I enjoy. Because I
That's
really
the
love
thing.
the Mantis variant, like the Mantis Gland series, and then recently my fiance and I were watching The Knights of Guinevere, and I've heard that classified under body horror as well, and I really like that. So
Interesting. I don't know that one. I'm gonna have to look that up.
the creator of the Owl House,
Oh really?
yeah, and it's
I'll have to look that up
so
too.
good. There's only one episode out, and I don't remember where you can stream it. I want to say YouTube, but I might be wrong about that. But yeah, it was really, really good, and I'm so excited for the next episode.
So
It's
it's a
an
series.
animated series.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh my
Huh.
goodness. Okay.
I've heard it described as body horror. I don't know if I'm right about that, so do not take anything. Don't quote me and take anything I say with a grain of salt.
What did he say it was called?
The Knights of Guinevere.
Knights of Guinevere. Yeah, I'll have to look that up too.
I heard lots of good things about that. It's on my list. I've been
It-
Yeah,
too
they're
busy
calling
to
it
watch too much stuff
psychological
recently.
horror with sci-fi terror, body horror elements, bloody imagery. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds awesome. I love it.
It is so good. I cannot recommend it enough.
Yeah, I'll have
Where's
to
it
look
streaming?
into it too.
That is a good question, and I don't remember where it's streaming.
Let's see.
I want to
See if
say
I
it was
can-
YouTube, but I don't quite recall.
Okay. Independent animated series. Oh yes, you're right. YouTube, streaming on YouTube. Yes,
Cool.
correct. Got it.
My brain did not fail me yet today. That's great.
Yay!
But yeah, I'll have to check that out too.
Interesting.
I recently rewatched Owl House with my sister. Same
Owl
season
House
that I
is
got into
cool.
horror. And it was my first time rewatching it in a while, and I loved rewatching it. It was so good. And
Oh,
I
man,
have, huh?
I've rewatched it like 3 or 4 times already, and it's so great. The little details each time you see it that you're like, how did I miss this the first 5 times? But yeah, it's great. Sorry.
Or there was a couple times near the ending where my sister and I laughed when it wasn't even, it was like a joke where it's actually not that funny, but it's like the delivery of it made you laugh. Like when they came back to the school after everything that happened in season 3, and then that one kid that was kind of frenemies with Gus was they called him his name, and then Gus looks at him. He was like, "Your Bartholomew was your last name this entire time." He looked so betrayed, and we started cracking up, even though we know it's not that funny. But the delivery had me spinning.
That's funny.
If I was to ever do a now my brain is failing me. When you dress up as a character,
Cosplay.
Thank you.
Cosplay.
If I was to do a cosplay, I would totally want to do Demon Luz.
Oh, that
Right
would
at
be
the end with the purple.
That would be so cool.
If we do one of these, really close to Halloween, I'm dressing up. I don't care.
I would love to dress as Amity. Okay, I love her.
Oh my god, Amity is so awesome. But Amity from season 1 with the green hair, or Amity with season 3?
Sorry
with,
to interrupt, friends. I
I
got a jet. I got to take care of the dogs again. But
No
this has
worries.
been awesome, and we'll talk again soon. Thank you so much for including me.
Of course.
And have a great rest of your time.
You too.
Bye.
They froze.
Yeah.
Everyone's just having issues today, I swear.
My stuff's working fine today. I don't know what's wrong with everybody else's stuff.
I finally got mine to work because my laptop is kind of crappy, so I ended up borrowing my sister's laptop. So one of the times when I left, it was because I was getting on here on my sister's laptop, and then I'm writing on my laptop, so I'm kind of switching back and forth now. It's been fine ever
Right, you do what you have to do.
Yeah.
Apparently, Spectrum has been a nightmare for a number of people for the last few days, and it doesn't like me at the moment. So sorry if I keep cutting out or turning
Well,
the
you're
bottom.
fine. But to answer your question, I would love to be Amity with her purple hair. I just love that version of Amity. She was truly being defiant of her mother's abuse and being like, no, I'm not going to be the person you want me to be. I'm going to be who I want to be. And I just love that era of her.
Plus, she's so adorable as a girlfriend with Luz. I'm a great girlfriend. It's yes, you are.
Or when she got insecure because Hunter made her a little insecure about, maybe Luz wasn't happy with her, but then you found out that Luz's messages were actually really sweet. That entire episode was, oh my gosh, top tier.
Oh, yeah.
But I actually have some Owl House edits planned soonish, so be ready for that.
Oh my gosh, yes. I'm excited.
Are you guys still planning on writing tonight?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a decent chunk more chapter to go, so.
I could definitely go for writing. On top of When Morning Comes in this one scene I've been dying to write, the pirates have been very talkative lately. And what's really fun is where I'm at with that manuscript right now is sort of writing whatever comes and dropping it where I think it falls. So I'm literally writing 3 different scenes at once that take place over 3 different parts of the story. And it's a lot of fun, and it's chaotic, and the characters are awesome, so.
Nice.
I've been a bit of a...
I'm sorry, what?
No, just go ahead.
I was just saying it's it's annoying whenever you're writing one story, but then characters from a different story are like, come on, focus on me now. And it's like, I'm trying to get this story done. People, can't you wait your turn?
Oh my god, yes. I have the second book in the Uncanny Encounters book, that a series that I've started working on. And then on top of that, after watching Something Wicked This Way Comes, I have this like great idea for like what will potentially be the third novella, which might be like taking place in a carnival. And I'm so excited because Gretchen has that thing about mirrors, so I could do like an entire scene where she has to go into a hall of mirrors. And it's so great in writing book 2 of Uncanny Encounters because like the first book, she's like terrified of the urban legend of her hometown, and you know she has the thing about mirrors. But like now that she's not dealing with that thing that has terrified her all her entire life, she is so completely fearless with like everything else. So there's this like one part where she's gonna go camping in the woods, and Raz is like, dude, for all we know, it could be like a serial killer's on the loose. And Gretchen's like, no, it's fine. That's, you know, we don't really do the whole like Scooby-Doo thing. Our thing is always like supernatural. There's nobody hiding behind a mask. I'm sure it's fine. So yeah.
And that is how you die.
Honestly, yeah. Right now I'm working on like my Monster Realm collection, but also my Skeleton series. But my Witch Coven series keeps wanting to talk to me. I'm like, wait your turn. Like, I'm excited for this series, but I really did want to write the Skeleton series first because it's shorter books. So it's going to take less time. But my Witch Coven series is very, very impatient, and it's getting more impatient by the day. So I don't know which one I'll end up writing. We'll see.
That is awesome.
That's fun.
You also do like novellas and short stories too, right, Alyssa? Like you've had a couple of them today?
I've written a couple of them. It really just kind of depends on like my mood and how Tower of Memories is going. Sometimes when I get like really, really stuck, I'll like do like a little short something just to like see if that kind of knocks stuff loose. And sometimes that helps, but it's not an ongoing thing. It's very sporadic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked that one superhero one of yours that I read. I think it was earlier this year. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, that was a cute one. That was a cute little thing. I was like doing some other stuff. I was like, what kind of hijinks would force someone into the scenario where they're like a superhero who has to get rescued by like their frenemy? And like, how does that even happen? So you can kind of see how that thought process kind of.
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't think I'll ever like write more in that world, but like we'll see.
It was a lot of fun. It made me laugh. I think there was
I like making people laugh.
Socks that I recall that made me chuckle. But yeah. You're really good at mixing in the humor with the tension and that kind of stuff. And like
I appreciate that.
With the dragons, like you know that this threat is still there and it's still in the back of their minds, and it's very clearly in the back of their minds, but they are also just a group of teenage friends, like hanging out and everything too. And it's that like balance is so you hit the sweet spot with it. It's perfect.
Yeah, but literally that's how the Russell section is you're just like, oh yay, they're all friends and they're all like checking on each other and they're like, hey, how you been over the summer? And like, oh, you changed your hair or whatever. And then Russell, with all the tact of a bull, is like, so what are we gonna do about the guy who tried to stab you last year? Like, that was like 4 months ago and he's still out there. Like, are we gonna do something about that? So everybody's just like, no, we are not going after him.
It also so tragic. Russell, who's the one who's like, yeah, that's great. Now back to business with this.
Well, I mean, what part of it was like Russell like forgot that the new guy was in the room because he didn't like notice him at first because the new guy didn't say anything. He's just like standing there like the most awkward human alive. So he doesn't register that there's a new guy there. But he thinks it's just Serafina and Celica and Jarek. So, like, that's a fine question to ask. And then
But
it was
the
like,
new
oh, hi.
the new guy kind of feels like he could be kind of like forgettable in a scene. Like you as the reader know he's there, and you're like, yeah, how could you not, given the ties he has to some of the other characters? But he's the type of person that you could just totally see people like accidentally walking into and being like, "Oh, you're not a wall, okay?"
Wow.
You get the sense that might be kind of a intentional defensive mechanism.
Interesting. Okay.
You know, there might be a part of him who's just like, I don't want to be perceived because being perceived is bad because it leads
I'm
to
gonna feel
problems.
very bad for laughing, aren't I?
Maybe a little bit, but also like he kind of deserves it. Because like as much as it's clear that his situation was not the best, there's also a part of you that's just like, this guy, why is he here?
Well, I'm also excited for my skeleton series, even though my witch cover series won't shut up. I don't know how much you actually know about it, like how much I've actually said, but it's a bit different than all my other published books in more ways than one. For one, there are two main characters. I mean, I always had like several characters that are very important, but there was always that one main character.
Yeah.
So there's two main characters that are equally as important. It's also in first point of view, and also most of my books have been where the characters are either in their 20s or thousands of years old. There is no in between. This character is 15, so we're in high school now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
15-year-olds are kind of right.
Dual point of view thing with like alternating chapters. Since you said it's first person, but there's two main characters.
Yeah. Basically, it'll be like you'll know when we're changing because I'll be like Anastasia and then her point and then
Okay.
Vivian her point like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And it's like you find out that Vivian. So Anastasia's a skeleton. She's been dead for a couple centuries. And you kind of it's like in Adam's Mantis Gland series where you start and the apocalypse has already kind of happened. And then these characters are new to this life or whatever. But in here, this war, the skeleton war has already been going on for quite a while. And Anastasia's the leader of this whole skeleton rebellion. And then Vivian is a human who winds up a part of it. But at first it seems kind of accidental, but then it turns out it might be a little bit more fate because she has an ability herself that she doesn't understand.
Ooh.
And there will be twists. Like I already have a couple twists planned for like a couple books in that readers are not going to see, and I'm very excited for. So
I love a good plot twist.
I really
They're the best.
yes. And there's this one that is going to be very troubling and heartbreaking. And
Even better.
And I'm really excited to finally really get progress in this book and start publishing the books in this series. I just really want to finish my Monster Realm collection first, and then I can take a break from my Realm Monster series because I do have still the prequel to write, but I want to take a break from all my previous books and really work on the retelling and the Skeleton series. Two completely new projects, and then I'll continue books for my published series later.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Sounds
But I
good.
am very excited for the Skeleton series. It's a series I have had in mind for quite some time, and I'm very excited to finally have people read it.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it greatly. And I've been enjoying your snippets that you've been sharing on social media.
I was going to see if you wanted to be my beta reader when it is ready, but that might be some time.
Always. Yes. The answer to either one of you, if you ever need a beta reader, I am more than happy and very honored.
I'm the same way.
Yeah, I
Yes.
mean it's an open offer if you guys need an extra pair of eyes for anything. All you
Yeah.
have to do is DM me.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm be expecting a DM soon.
I would
Honestly,
hope so.
not too soon, but I would love your perspective on my retelling. Like that is probably the book I'm the most scared for out of everything. That, like I said, I had my nervousness with this current short story with the Underworld and Joan, but this retelling I'm actually kind of scared for, because one, I've never written a retelling before. Two, I've never written a mystery before, so I'm like actually really nervous, because also I've explained that I'm not really a plotter or a pantser, but with mystery I feel like you kind of have to be a plotter. Like I had
I
to
could do
Not
that.
as much as you would think.
really,
Okay.
because I had to make sure I knew who the red herrings were, knew who the person was in the end. I had to make sure I have the clues to throw out, as well as have the clues could come together, and that was a lot of plotting. The plotting is done, I hope, but that was a lot of plotting. I had to figure out literally everything, and I was like, I've never done this before. I hope it turns out well, and I hope all the clues and the stuff makes sense. I also worried that I don't want any of the people who are unmasked to be too obvious at the same time. There's one in particular I'm afraid is going to be too obvious, but I think I found a way around that to make it not so obvious, but I'm not sure. So eventually,
Sometimes the things you think are too obvious, the reader's not going to see coming at all. That's
That
happened a couple of
happened.
times.
That happened when I was reading yours, and you were like, I was afraid this would be too obvious. And I was like, you know what? I thought for a moment that it might be. And then you threw in this other thing that I was like, okay, so clearly that's not going to be a thing. And I like backed off that idea. And then it was like, oh my God. And the book I was just beta reading did something very similar to me, where there's this whole like mysterious identity of this character, and I'm like, I'm wondering if the character's identity is this. And then she threw in this new information. I'm like, oh my God, there's no way I was right about that. Okay, I'll pivot my theory. And then it was like, oh shoot, I was right all along. What? So yeah, there's definitely a way in like mystery that you can really mess with your readers.
I
In a
love trolling
delightful
readers.
way.
It's so much fun.
So yeah, whenever I am ready, I'm probably going to need some extra eyes on this particular story.
Awesome. Yeah, I may need to send a couple chapters to Ellie just to make sure this character is landing correctly. I feel like we're in a good spot, but I'm nervous about chapter 15. We'll see.
Yeah, once I'm done with this story, whether or not it becomes his own novella or stays as the short story collection, I'm probably going to send it to Ellie just to get her thoughts.
I have so much amazing reading to look forward to. You have delighted me entirely.
We don't do Christmas presents. We do Halloween presents.
Yes.
Well, I currently have Ellie's book, which I have been loving, and I hope to read more this week after work. So, yay. So, expect
really
some
appreciate
more
you.
notes. Huh?
I really appreciate you reading that. I am so nervous about this book, and you've been making me feel so much better. And yeah, there's so much about this book I'm nervous about, with the different representation and just like everything. I'm just like, I am doubting my ability completely. So thank you for
Well,
all of your kind words of encouragement and all your help spit shining it into something lovely.
well, I'm glad I could be of help. I have been loving it. I'm excited to delve more into it this week and send you more notes sometime this week. So look forward to that. And then after that, I plan to catch up on Alyssa's series. So I'm very excited. I have lots of great things I plan on reading. So yay.
Great and terrible things await you. It'll be awesome.
Yes. Well, it's the same thing with Ellie once I send her my Underworld story, because it will be bittersweet, I feel like.
I love bittersweet. The more tragedy, heartbreak. Oh yeah, send it my way. I'm a sucker for those. Funny, I was teasing my mom the other day about the fact that it's no wonder I absolutely adore tragedy and heartbreak and sad stuff when I take a look at like the songs I grew up on and the musicals I grew up on and the stories I grew up on. It's like, yeah, I was found.
Hey, sometimes you look back and you're like, oh, that's why I'm like this.
Right?
That's the exact reason. This exact album is why I'm like this.
I mean, I grew up on the 10th anniversary of Les Miserables, and it's like my all-time favorite musical, so I feel like that explains so much about me.
I feel like you, Ellie, you should listen to Epic the Musical. I know you listened to a song recently because I said that it gave me vibes of your of a scene from your book. There's 9 sagas in the musical, 3 to 5 songs each saga, but it's actually so good, and it tells the story of Odysseus. There's like Greek gods, like Athena shows up a few times with a couple of different sagas, Hermes. So yeah, there's several different gods that show up, and it definitely tells the story of Odysseus. And there are some dark moments, to warn you, very dark, but it's so good, and the music is so good. I love it.
It's
It's one of
got
my
like Hamilton type of vibes for the type of music, right?
Kinda, yeah, I'd say so. But yeah.
I will definitely have to check that out. I've listened to a couple of the first songs you put out, I want to say, but I definitely need to listen to more of them.
Yeah, I think I told you about like Warrior of the Mind and my
Yeah, that's really. I was listening to that one when I was reading some of your novellas and your Realm of Monster stuff. Yeah.
Definitely gave off some Calista and Athena vibes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Calista definitely has a complicated relationship with the gods. Let's say complicated for sure.
Yeah. I enjoyed your exploration of the French gods as well. That was a few things I was not as familiar with, and that was really cool to get to learn.
I wasn't either. The amount of research I had to do.
Oh yeah. I remember you talking about the research while you were doing it.
I don't think I've ever researched as much as my life as the Realm of Monsters universe, okay? I've researched so much.
Oh,
I don't think I researched this much in school. I'm not even kidding.
I've always learned more through like self-study,
Honestly,
like
yeah.
from writing and stuff than I ever did from school itself.
Honestly, yes, because I still remember when I researched Joan of Arc, so I wanted the last novella to be as close to her death story as possible, with also it being incorporated into. That was one worry of mine in my book. I wanted to get a lot of Joan's story elements correct, with also fitting her into my fantasy world. So there's some things I had to change. Like I also aged her up because I'm pretty sure she was a teenager when she died, and I wasn't gonna have her in this
late teens
romance.
She was like late teens. Yeah, I think she was like 17 to 19.
But so I aged her up a bit, so she's more in her like mid-20s. But I remember researching her death because I wanted to get her death in the last novella as close as possible. And when I was talking to my mom about this, because I was astounded by what I found, because my mom and I both remember learning in school that she pretended to be a man to be in this war, and then when they found out that she was a woman, even though she won them the war, she ended up being burned. And that is not what happened at all.
Nope.
Like, they always knew she was a woman, and the whole point was that she was a prisoner of war. The English ended up kidnapping her, and then the French king, even though he helped her win the war, decided not to rescue her, because if his people found out that she had visions and she was helping him, then it's like he didn't actually deserve the throne, and a witch got him the throne, so he thought he would be dethroned. So even though she won him the war, he decided to let them burn her.
It's amazing. It's the stories we think we know of history that when you actually like go in and research are like completely different than the narratives you've been told.
Exactly. So I was astounded by what I found out.
Yeah.
I remember those DMs. That was kind of funny though.
I feel like my brain was broken, okay?
It was like the world was ending. It was great. I'm glad you found laughter in my misery over here.
What else are friends for than to laugh at each other's misery?
Look, we've all seen how I write friendships. This should not surprise you.
And the best friendships can, tease and laugh at you. Those are the real friends right there.
Those are the enduring friendships, indeed.
So yeah, but I did so much research for that last novella, especially like the amount of research I did to get her story that led her to her death as accurate as possible was so much research. My brain was fried.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun with the Dance of Bow and Blade in researching about the different myths and legends of both Robin Hood and King Arthur and the way they changed throughout the years. I found that absolutely fascinating, and also why they changed the way they did. And it's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting because some of these myths and legends you've heard so many different takes on, and it's like no take is more right than the other because it's like one of those things where everyone has their own perspective to what they're seeing. So like and then when you decide to create your own, version of the myth, it's like it's your own take on it as well. And it's always really interesting to see different people's perspectives on these myths that's been around forever.
It's also what's really funny is there's this thing that goes around that's kind of a joke about the fact that like Arthurian legends is everything about King Arthur that you could possibly find is canon, because the recordings we have is technically like fan fiction of fan fiction anyway. So if you have fan fiction of King Arthur stuff, it's all just considered canon at this point. And that's pretty fun.
Because of the details of King Arthur, there is no like one set story. There's a billion different like things, and like there's various levels of like, that's no more or less legit than this other take.
Absolutely. And again, you have different forms of like morality or politics that come into play in the development of the myths as we know them now. So, but it's also interesting because like with the Robin Hood myth, for instance, a lot of people like to point out that in the original stories, he was not actually against authority or whatever, because he supported a king or what have you. He didn't actually steal from the rich to give to the poor. He did steal in the earliest legends, but you also have the fact that he oftentimes went up against the church, which my understanding of the medieval time period was like the ultimate authority even above a king. So this idea that he was not anti-authoritarian, did not go up against authority, I'm kind of like, I don't understand your interpretation of these earlier ballads.
Yeah.
But okay.
That really does depend on the era, because there's some eras where like the church is the supreme authority that gives authority to everybody else, and then there's eras where the crown is the authority and them and the church work together depending on exact time period.
No matter what, he's going up against corruption too.
Yes.
Like whether it is a bishop, whether it's the sheriff, whether it's Guy Gisborne, like he's always going up against these villainous type of characters who are at least corrupt, if not the ultimate. So
yeah,
at least from what I've seen.
Generally, that's the vibe, is some authority figure of some kind that is either A, not doing their job, or B, using their job to do harm.
Right.
That's usually the vibe.
Absolutely. And then you have like the fascination of when a lot of these stories were actually written down, including like different Celtic myths, because the writing down of it took place in the church, which viewed a lot of these stories in a completely different light than what they actually were at times, which is where you have like fae turned into demons or things like that because of who was writing the stories down versus who was actually telling the stories.
Yeah.
Which is also I find fascinating. So
yeah, I mean, every story is told through the lens of whoever that storyteller is. Right now. And that can warp a story rather drastically.
Absolutely. There was I was reading I want to say it's Women Who Run with Wolves, And there's a really interesting thing she was talking about in that book about trying to find the bones of a story, and that if you like look at it deep enough, you can actually still find the original bones of what a story was, which is always exhilarating.
Well, I mean, it's like, when you look at, like, if each storyteller only views like one surface of a 3D object, if you get enough of those images together, you can kind of piece together the object a bit.
Absolutely. And then like having a better understanding of the world in which these stories originally came from really shifts a whole perspective compared to the stories you always thought you knew.
Yeah.
To get to the roots and meat of where these originated from, why.
Yep.
Sorry, I went off like a complete
I live for your tangents. That's why we're here, is to hear everybody, ramble and be on tangents about stuff.
Yes, 100%. Like, I know that sometimes I would be messaging Ellie and I'll get into this rant. I'll be like, sorry for the rant. And she'll be like, no, I love your rants. And I feel like we've done that vice versa too.
I'm waiting for someone to do a fairy tale breakdown of all the fairy tale references I make in Tower of Memories, because I feel like the mythology is easy to point out, but there's a few that Ellie hasn't even pointed out to me. I'm like, does she even know that that's what that is?
I need to reread all of your books. Anyway, but you had this one. Which one was it in? I forget which book of yours it was in, but it might have been the beginning. It was the beginning of the one you're currently working on, the early chapters you sent me, and you mentioned a Greek god that I was like, what is this? But what I know of Greek mythology, I don't know of this one. Ooh, it was so exciting.
Yeah, and those are always fun. It's just like sneak an aspect of a mythological figure that maybe isn't talked about as often as the rest of it, but is still very much a thing.
It's always fun to sneak in references and see if readers catch on.
Oh yeah, it's great.
But the big one to me is do you know who Little Red Riding Hood is in Tower of Memories? Because there is one. There's been one from the very beginning.
Yeah, that one I think I caught on to.
Good. There was not going to be a whole joke with that, but I ended up having to scrap parts of it. But I, recycled some of it. It made it work.
Nice. Yeah, in my Realm of Monsters, I wasn't able to make too many modern day references because they lived in another realm, and the realm was made 500 years ago. So most of them don't know modern things. So if I did do modern references, it'd have to be via Roxanne. I did make one reference that I was proud of. I don't know how many people actually caught on to it though. But Roxanne was thinking to herself, and she was like, I think it was with her turmoil, with her complicated feelings with Kalista, and she was like, I really just need to get my head in the game, as they like to say in my favorite Disney movie. I had to, okay? That was my favorite movie when I was like 5.
You're good. I don't know if I have any modern references. I sneak Disney references in chapter titles occasionally. I will admit that, but I don't know.
My books are riddled with pop culture references. If you know where to look for them, I have an entire blog I did that's purely just Easter eggs and references in An Impossible Dream. And it's been a lot of fun to sneak in pop culture references, but it's also been kind of nice to be able to write contemporary again with Water's Edge, so I don't have to try to hide them nearly as much.
I mean, it is contemporary. I could make them do that if I wanted to. It's just I don't know. Part of it just doesn't feel right with Seraphina as a character to have her this is my favorite movie. This is a line from my favorite movie. She'll, enjoy the stuff that she enjoys, but we don't ever see her quoting movies.
But you see her always pointing out rocks. And it's one of those characteristics that I love about her, because it's so real that everybody has one thing, whether it's pop culture references, whether it's colors, whether what have you, and the idea that it's every time there's a rock that can be found, she's there naming the rock is just like so much, like it's perfect. Chef's kiss.
It adds an extra hour to some chapters as far as like time to get things done, but I think it's worth it.
Oh, absolutely.
And sometimes, that's another one of those things where I like to hide foreshadowing and hints and stuff. Because I use rocks to drop all kinds of hints and clues about stuff that's going to happen. If you're paying attention to rocks, you'll know the big twist at the beginning of early 5 before it happens. Because you're like, wait a minute.
For Kalista, it's weapons. More importantly, daggers. She has like a whole
sharp
weapon.
things.
Daggers are definitely her thing.
I could definitely see that. And it tracks for the type of character she is too, along with her lived experience.
Yeah.
I mean, the rocks thing kind of started as like a couple different layers of joke that just kind of developed into its own like thing. Because it was like, she's a dragon, so she collects shiny rock crystals. Because that's just a thing. But it was also kind of this like, it's a material that's in between the two things and the two halves of Seraphina as well. There's the science element, but there's also the fact that, magic-y stuff that's connected to crystals and things. And that's, the other part of it.
It's funny, I never made that connection, and now that you say it, I'm like, oh my god, that's so amazing.
She's got like a little treasure hoard that she's working on, It's great.
That's awesome. You could say she really rocks.
It's terrible. I love it. So far, the bad pun counter in this book is just at 1, but we're going to get more, I promise.
I am so delighted. I love horrible dad puns. They are the best.
It's funny because it's so bad. That's what makes it funny.
Yes.
The more you can elicit somebody groaning at it, the better it is.
Yes. If it's not dealing psychic damage to everyone in the room, you need to do it again.
Maybe 6 seconds damage just for that pun alone. Oh, I should have that be my next thing in the Pathfinder campaign. Something with the
like whenever they do like a humor roll, and then they get like a 1, and then everybody takes like a D4 of damage. It'd be great.
Yeah. No, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the puns are going to be from the new guy. That's like the thing that he does is like, whenever he's like, I don't know how to deal with this awkward situation, I'm going to use a bad pun. And Seraphina's just like, why are you like this?
Because that's a great way to make things less awkward.
I mean, he does it because the strategy does work for him, but it's also just like, ugh, why?
I feel like Roxanne would be the bad pun kind of person.
Oh my god, I could totally see that.
And
I can also see there being like a moment where Roxanne does this really amazing, horrible, groan-worthy pun, and it like goes completely over Kalista and like Rain's head, or and they're just like, what? And she's like trying to explain it, and the more she explains it, the less funny it becomes, and then they're just like, oh yeah, I guess that would be funny, huh? Not to write fan fiction off the top of my head about your characters. I'm sorry about that.
Do it.
oh my gosh, fan fiction would be like a dream.
Seriously.
Yes. Oh my god. If anybody wants to write fan fiction about my characters, please go for it. I'd love to see people's interpretations of stuff.
I once made a comment a while ago. I think it was replying to somebody's post like something about like what if your different characters met in different projects or whatever, and I made a comment. I was like, technically most of my series thus far have to do with realms that apparently I never realized that I really like Portal Magic, but apparently I do. Okay, because there's Portal Magic in Jasmine Press, realm monsters, and kind of in my skeleton series as well. So yeah, I like portal magic. So I made a comment. I was like, technically, because a lot of my series have to do with portals in different realms and how there's hundreds of different realms, all my characters could technically be in the same universe, just all in different realms. So theoretically, they could meet. And I remember this because Ellie commented. I was like, oh my gosh, fanfiction of all your characters meeting would be so good.
Oh my god, that'd be so much fun. And in some cases, so disastrous.
Oh my gosh, yes, because I can see Jasmine and Skylar completely hitting it off, but then Kalista would just be there like, what is wrong with these people?
Well, I mean, it being a disaster is what would make it fun.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, that would be so chaotic.
It's so much fun.
'Cause
I would read that. I would totally read that.
at the same time, Kalista would be like, what did I get myself into? Jasmine and Skylar being completely different than Kalista would be like, what is wrong with her? Like, just an adventure of the three of them.
Oh my
That
god.
would be gold.
Eldest sibling and two youngest siblings.
Oh my gosh, they would so have that vibe too.
Oh my god, yeah,
Like-
they
like
would.
The babysitter and then like the two like really younger siblings that are closer in age. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I could totally see that.
I can see Kalista being like definitely the older sister. Like, she definitely has those vibes, like take charge, whatever. I can see Jasmine being a middle sister. You know, she
I
has
had the same thought.
really. You know my character so well. She has those like I'm always forgotten kind of vibes, as well as the whole she has the leader in her, as well as the not wanting to lead kind of side in her.
And the peacemaker between the oldest and the youngest.
Yes. And then Skylar is more I feel like she can be chaotic, but in a completely different way than Kalista. And she definitely gives off youngest sibling vibes because like she's like always like it's hard to explain, but like
She also is a younger sibling.
true, she is.
But I could also just see in terms of those characters, because they all kind of have a bit of like self-sacrifice in them. This element of, no, you don't get to sacrifice yourself, I'm sacrificing myself type of deal.
There's a meme I need to find and I will show it to both of you later. That's basically just that. It's great.
Oh, that's
Oh my
perfect.
gosh. Oh my gosh, that would be so good. I really want that now.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how we got to this point in the conversation, but
I don't know, but I'm having fun.
Yeah, I'm happy with where this conversation is going, so I'm enjoying this.
I feel like we've been talking for a very long time. But I love talking with you girls, so it's always a pleasure.
Oh yeah. But the more comfortable I am with people, the more I tend to talk a lot.
Same.
So,
So I'm very comfortable with y'all. But I do think it's time to call it a night. I do have to work tomorrow morning, so I have to, get things ready for bed, take a shower, all that fun stuff.
absolutely,
That's
I should
fair.
probably do dinner soon.
But I would love to chat with you guys and do this again within the next couple of weeks. These are always fun.
Yes. Yes. Whenever we have like the day, we should do these.
Honestly, yes.
Yeah. I hope
Well,
work
thank you.
goes well for you.
Well, thank you guys for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
Always.
Always a joy. Always a delight.
Always. And thank you everyone who watched and commented. And that will be all for today. Definitely check out these amazing authors. They definitely deserve all the sales. And I'll chat with you guys later.
See you.
Yeah.
Bye.